Yaba yakoya ya san aba ene de me baya na we de nya ma broni ne mum ma me akuache ene me nua ba wa ro ne na sen papa ma me se me hye na unim se na ekono no de bia nsama e cost entertainment industry ena na wotwe bia ne aboa no na chese ya besom eno na na me gina ha me ba beye nto de ansa na de be hye bibia se no ye ntwa ye wotima kakra bi ye ba bibia ho no bia na ye de asom Ebusia besama makwa ba eba enkomo wo hoso na ne yen hyensem na se ne ne hya ase fe mo yisha bodon an na kache ene na sentem de ono no se nyame afe no nyame de ne nsa aka no ntane ne wasesa na brabo ne nkeka ho ene na so wo no mo ne social media Instagram wo no ma otumi bodi no wa hya wonkom a me kwama me akua che me gina onya me guso a etwen se me so wa be hya me nkom ene otumi tag no wa hya wonkom no ye wonye ma bi ne no na ye wo no ma ye Sandra nkobia no so ye chesese ni twani na chese ye moyisha aba begina ni chese ni post na si obetro ni something o twem de cho pack asie pa e breast and Sandra nkobia esanse ne nsem bia o kafa no san Sandra nkobia chese ne boy on ne nam no o ye ndrubone ne nsense meko wie no o twem a o se na brabo ye pa na nso sisi anyame de ne sa kon no moyisha ni ntino o de bibia enkonkongu o pa o che o sefa o gina ye so e de boni bia chese nya wa ye bia no de o stress sefa ne boni nyina e fa che no me no na mro tro wie ya pe e na ye Sandra nkobia so e be tro e de two post na se na o twem se onua se nya wo do me no so sa na me do o de boni bia enim ye nyina no ye do ye ho sa no nanso ansa na no me pese wankasa no bomodian na chese wo de free social media kakra na chese kwa abonti na wankasa ko seek help e bia na no betumi abo e say social media de wo ta do ho bembe ya de na anhwa na nkofo asɛ wa brabo enti chese Ghana hanom de udana se wo sori na hwie nsia na chese na Ghana na asɛ ya ne saw ana na sɛ ye honom a ye hu sɛ ye shata mama me hwe shata wale ne maame o de aba betu dwa sɛ ye East League ondan a ono ankasa ne ba shata wale so rent you so to de man no ye tu no afiri honom enti ya de Ghana fo obi a fa 1 city 2 city mo kekeka mwa no na mo fa man na chese on fa nko rent dan ne ba no manfo etire ma shata wale pa ni nyina no sa na wo pa agu a wo de betu dwa san e na matodan wo East League na mama sa na wo twa ye ntro e ne by social media for ene anya asanketwa Shatawale omodi ya mema manie pa e na rich artist of the year rich artist in Ghana sa na ni nyina no odi afa ye kon e ne by the social media Shatawale ye de egu ne so ankasa na Caroline Simpson dodo na nim Sunday ba no TV presentation radio ne nke kan dia ya ade yi pa no no e na chese odi nsemfo bia ba betu dwa e fa ne ba artist a we di 11 years o twema o hono ma na chese ono dia ya oyo obi a o have unprotected sex o tebe fifa draw pan ye obi wan na chese nyinsen na say na so we dia ne ba we dia ya miracle e de ma no pa e san se oyeye no okoye sokode no na chese o fe draw yi pa na so no sana ansai e ba no 3 months after na chese ohun se ade a onyem na otwema be ma kro na one ne nyemo ye no na ode tu nanim se owura menyimo o se o na branch ne ka chen se kona kwa ya abortion o ka chen se dabi me nya abortion pese me wo o ti yo obe wo de ene won kwa akoe kokko pe baby abe wo e na branch e ja no honom o se fine no abo ne ho modi na chese owo branch e be wiase ati branch e honom ne bebe ma ye babedi ne birthday no friend papa ne wo phone se ka chen se o be ne birthday onti o se line ben o se ka chen no se o de mon dress on dware no shananta de fita na bono powder kama no ntena se ntwa me wi am yankasa be ba be famo wase se ne na se ekunu ya na se abranti one ne wo ye e ba be fa ne ba be ma mo makwa ko di birthday party na ene de ontimi nkyere kra mama mfa mo nko mwachi kakra nsa 2021 mu de nsem bebre na chese sie na ba po e ba ya chesa na enye ni kakra ye gem instructor bia onipa boni fo bi ekokun no na yenti so se ono ye mo friend sie or the little na e ba ne de no manfo ye ka se obi yire na chesa no na etwem pona na ntisa onipa na ne kunu chesa asoma e ma be ku boy na ne e ba no so nipa na ne din so for nsem ya mama ekuma mama zimbi na ere bi ho no mo o kire ma little ni dan ni ono so ni dan ni o kire ma de bia na o ten hu ekuma mama zimbi pa oba ho no mfie nson 7 years no hu se ekuma mama zimbi eta ba branti yi den na e ba no manfo ye hwe se o nka ekuma e ba be ka bibia de afon wanampo be kasa wankasa na 2022 mu e na cheso akwa kopie mu e wo Kingdom FM e no de bibia e wo ho no nyina ba begu o kire ma sansem na no mo kasa no mo ka no ono onim ho hwe e na onyo no ochema ono sa little no ewum so ne din kitan we san so no onim jimi ni pa ene okwa otumi bua oso mu no ye usene mu otumi twenu ye pa afen so wo hompo na to person ye personal jimi ni kwa na otumi no ye personal training ne nkeka ho na so no sa oba kwa na e ka so no ye ono akuma no o se enye ono a na emom na ne sister ne sister say bi enye ne maame ba na se na eyo na emom no na say omunyo mo kogem ni together nti no wa baba ni nua ba pekope nti o chwe mama mfo munja isa modin din for a little no ekuma se onim ho hwe nti munja ni din bo Ghana nyum tiri o san yesi ni twani 2 in 1 eye Miss Bell eno de aba betu dwa na o twe mi se ono ni nkwan na nyina de ana obom paye ma no pa se da chi bi anya me be na dom so no ankasa benya ne private toilet esan so no o se o hwe ni nkwala brem be bia no free pa o se Jamestown oh jai eni okwa toilet ya salai eni asa efiti ahanom ekopem de tise wankasa be bia wo be hu o se otumi gina wono ma ne eto de bia na ne yema kan ye pa na ne yema ne yema boni so gina wono ma wo be hu ani sa akokra bia ba na enkran fo ne wona na mpo ne busuafo no onukpa eba openi aba onti na wo so no so paki to nchen na che so openi no ebetumi akwa use private toilet no nti ono so no odanyame ase yie papa nti o manfo mo sere na ka che ne san one ne nkwande nyina oni bibi papa bia ade papa ben ne wanya ontimi nya hye ne fa ekoti se no sisi sanyame na dom ono so nya ne private toilet ono so sorry a otimi ti toilet roll time bi opa bia no otimi rema obia entimi meka hye enfan kire no na Ghana si ni twani a otisi ni twasi ye pa Clara Benson aye fe no sama mesewa ene wiki mu de ko social media pa pe ni be hwe enya asem kito odi abrantie bi agina nachi na mesewa so de se munyina honim enim a enim esra chiri nso a chiri enya asem kito ene abrantie so obi nim baby ofri odi chebi esi nanim chese hunhu nanim ene e bai social media for chirema na hwan ni we bisa no mamisa wade wenya boy ana we na miemia o kakra no mu bisa nsem na se de ete ne de yen hye da enya emu aye bi enfimfi mamisa wa ana mpoma meka nche GhanaWeb se bia we ya me boy ana se we ya me bio na se ne social media okon ma na aye de je pa obi a person mu se asoma mamisa wa ya brand na chese o miemia no kakra na se oni ni chaline be de se odi moye bi ba enso be wo mbodi anse e ba be ka kire mu Prophet kum chacha ese Ghana for munjai san hwehwe nim no na afi eye nsenkyerefo a chese ase munni bibi dwuma bi di na mo sori na bibi ambanya bia na chese mo chwochwoto oso ono daben na mo hu ye anampo mo te ye so ono ene Prophet Nigel Gazi umofia prophet omakwa akoko Ochema ayin na nanse otititi na monfo e kasan ayin ono ne Prophet Nigel Gazi akwa akoko emekoko wie no ono abomode aka eye Prophet Nigel Gazi ne ntoshe ne bossi wa carefree ono ma machesa branche no ye ka son kokora na ontumi nkoko wobim kum chacha say munjai san hihwe nim na mo ye on pesa ono ngina bebi enkonkoko ye e na afie no ye nhwe na so oto no obi an be ka na so entisa Ghana for social media for and I think central for na mo de my imagine say some uchi obi di so say twapia mbere na kum chacha so o fire so yen kancha Ghana for so munja san hihwe nim no esan so no onum no onu obi enkoko ye ono onumi ono Prophet Nigel Gazi omo ye kama pa omo ye nanfofo solid omo nyomo spiritual father baako aso mo spiritual father no tu kwan no ba mo nyina kokko hiem na te so bi edi nkomo fine and some mo jona mo na ye si wakokko se munja san hihwe nim no on pesa na eye bulldog asisi osi enfe no bull god na chese odi nsemfo bi atudwa o twemu se MPP amanyoko ne de nti obisa mu se nti mu so 2024 mu kwakoye campaign na o twema amemo boni pa ni anti o 2024 nti mu kwa e de nkra na mkwakwa kire nkofo no se mobile mu 24 prices mu ana mobile no chese ene nsam de we bi se bi ye pa na o se MPP for ebe ya on anka 2024 campaign anka mo kwakoye no ebe ya anka mo fanda no chelpa ene okoya mo se Ghana for mo ana mo de tumi ne hye yensa yesi yempe biem ya de chelpa kese bremo esanse ye bae no amemo na nkoyi se na anka mo expect yensa nka mo ti sika so yi nanso e comedy no ki e ba nanka sika na mo tetetete so no ki e be yi ni nyina baako ne dia solve obi an problem enso akwa ese bae no amatena sika ne so mo nti ye bulldog say o person ka che Ghana man pani na dadan kwaku fado ene ne MPP amanyoko ne se ebe ya nka 2024 Pam no chano mo bia nko be bia nko ye campaign mo for chelpa emre Ghana for Ghana city cheni ono so tisi ni twase ye pa e John Dumelo e no so so ba be make case pa obe hye na che se eye wi Bonsam Tower ganja onya me pa che no marijuana yi obebo modia hye se be legalize e wo Ghana hanom esan so chema Ghana hanom no yetumi ahyepe eye cigarette yesan to eye ensan edifri amanone casino ede ba Ghana hanom ebebeton egisika emra yenso Ghana hanom no onyame achen ade ema sa marijuana utumi titibia kama ade ntina yen legalize na nke yanso so yesi ye be hyepe na ye de be ko amanone na yenya because of say so yes ade na ye benya sika 70 billion enkwan enedi efrim internet na aban no chete on bon ho mmodi na nkasa marijuana ni o process anampo ni legalize wa Ghana hanma ebetumi abot na ye benya sika wa Ghana hanom chense na ni ye gi cigarette afri ya ye jense afri na emre kwa ye use sa marijuana ya ebetumi aboa ye o man Ghana Rakiye katra o ma mesa rakiye wa na me da ko finti asem na me ba be katra mi na ono na otwo mu se ono sisi oti Ghana no oti wi asimu oye better oye good say enyum to fo no mo sere na me na me good no ono otwe ma hwe mre of status or tonyum odi e kaka yo se raki anyumi Once me to ye krampo na o sa ai o se sa ni nyumwe eno ntino tete ono no oye good nti ne etumi frɛ no international platforms ye frɛ no so mra no meto nyum o se wo de oye nyum to ni bia wo Ghana hanu ma wo na wo sie se wo ye good wo de bomodi na jai se enyum to for like 2 years bi 3 years bi na hye sa wo nyum no ba na wo ba Ghana na ta betu bi ma obi be support wa na o se ono ho no mi enye enne na tese oba be gina ba be brag ya be ka se na menye se na me fine o se ono no oye very good nti no obi antumi fa no ho ma metoto ne ma me ka nse ni nyum etwemu o se ono enya do be pene sa asem no da e ko se oye good tete oye good ankasa na ne ye gina ko finti so na tete ya pensio kakra bi anom na ye ba ye de nkae no so ato awo so
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Ebusia besama makwa aba eba nkoma wo hoso media ni mama ekiache senya mekan no ai me ginemu amba me nua ba papa bi ama broni ena ne nto aso ne etufa akoye America memu ane honom na chese nwumtuni Rihanna ewo ho na udi na se de wankasa moni duedue nsem na wo shota social media obi won say ye re onyem oni ne boyfriend be ye friend say ASAP na chese nkofwe omanyima bomene na nse de dressing ye ne dress no sasa Ghana fo hu auto so ka say eh ade we dey to o de bag Ghana ha no ma nka se me kan ye fu no asan na we na no call fashion show bi e wo Paris e na bra na be hwa de lace tintintin maternity na wa hye ene mu atuatu ye di ntokro bebre gum say sam e na ne ye fu yin bom ashe sexy pant akre bi dia kan wi no ya ahye coat bi egu eche teze betumi akava na chi ene e bai na be hwe social media omo se ere wu bekun o no mo bisa se nti sa de we nti aso wo de baga na hanu ma aso ye mbisa o sa na mpo ye nka ncha o se ade a wo ye huhum oba no bewu ana ene e bai no aye de janya sam ketwa social media adani ja fe kra de Twitter okọ no ma jai and so catro one so cut trader ho na kokoshe bi esanse ne ma ye cost no enya sam keto akra na eye week here musu na eye Ghana seni training eye Gloria Staffo ono so de maame atfa na no wonsia do nti eye week mu na chese ye di ni 1 week na ne ba ye no dodo na omanfo e hwe anim se akoye media personality di anampo no akoye no seni training ni se hu seni training na chese we hu nyumtuni na so akoye se ekoye no nyumtuni bia entuni na ensensi wonom enteba na omanfo e bisa se aden adena moye eye rabe isa aden wayo mo boni bia na aseden nanso eye kobirana na afi Emilia brobe nua ba okopopo nim ne mu a chese na enya asem ketwa okoto ma atwene rade anim oto na afi behye na Gloria Safafe ne niasi nisio tetetetetetete na ne ma ne ye hu ne se na omanfo ebisa se na kobirana wo de nka nyuma wotu de nka ne gospel omo de nka efan be hia yen nanso ebusia penny behye Mrs. Adano me ehwe sa abofo e wosoro nyina obi asori pagya ne nsa esanse ne course wo worship anie kobira na wan fendi agro kra na chese na nya asem keto kra e Gloria na yie na se wo na eye nyumtuni Lord Bonzi onde oni eye nasi chese omo de no mu ye no tribe na so sisia na yade nasi wate no kakra na Lord Bonzi etwema nasi ne kwa wakona ha ne ye pa esanse unso no se no studio ntinka nyumo mo record bia ye nasi chese ni studio no mo record anwum ye ne nkeka ho enti nasi kwa na wakona ya Lord Bonzi etwema wa ha ne ye pa esanse anwuma anwum hwe nasi voice hwe no ankasa ne voice no mo kaboma na mo manfo dromonyum ene nkeka wo chese wotumu se every day bi omonyum bia na obi ya ready such as ombeti anyum no so akwa sisia no na see free honom no ha ne ye pant no de chopa anampo no de atoye na see anim se be yanka na see san bra ne nchen sansa wo kirema se na wo kwa na wakona ha ne ye pan ohia wo se ne be ya no tribe no ebesia ba chese na chese mo ba mo de amanfo nan anampo no mo de agya no asa be hye ya anyum to ne mu biem na Queen efia Schwarzenegger ne oba ya mama nsiri de onimye ye pa no de atodwa se enche bia no 2024 ya de obomode akofomena akwakọ jije mrahye bedwani wo honum ye pa ochema unse na se ne papa to na na mo unse de nta se okoto no ne papa krom ne mama kro ne obenwa na okonso akamra ise ni so ani na no okokọ pie mu wo fom na ne obe hye nkofo edi nachi omutrema na fom na empinya hwe emfa mo e no makwan ase kwa de mo mponche wo no obenwa na posi ni bia wo no abegya aponche de afi omunsem e na Queen Efiahwa echema Ghana fom nhwe nanim esanse 2024 ono abebomode atuka hwi akwakọ jina asem mrahye bedwani e de ama ye fom na from na for Efiahwa se yenka nkire mo gina ye so aka abonwamane se 2024 mu da from na MP mu forget no na oche so no ne ba mo nto aba enfama no na Nigeria nyumtini aye fe no se Burna Boy na chese na se de nyame nko anka ye bete na what a shock that is why if you are 34 asa so esan se ni Ferrari a chese odi tukwan de kwakwa ginani kakra ni ekokonya accident na so nyame adom chese o chema bibia anye no ne no odi nsemfo bi eto social media na o chemu se hu wanwansu ye papa esanse obi a wenya nkwanhia anka ogina anka hwese nka nipa dasani eba abeboa no o se afa na manfo atwe phone na selfie si hi Berna omugina no abra no nipa ebre wo honom na so se nyina no enkogu de enhada mfa no sa esanse o mehu celebrity so ye hu na so obi a person ni twa picture ni sa nti nko no de oditwem a odanyame ase se nyina enkogu no chese o amobo nsam bi amfa na anya ha na amanese na wachi we die just ne doso enya asem keto akra na we na ye ne nama na ekuhu post bi aye Juliet Ibrahim a chacha Ghana sini twani so no ye pono so de ka no sini twa otiase ye pano no eno de atudwa no de foto kakra bi akwa mema se mema adanti na asem ni oba di mpemu agora na mo lubricant bi emfa nyenya mo ade yi hu se ne be ye betumi ama na ko smooth na mo sori na mo de ntasu di afefa mo ade yi hu a edi prepare masa o se mo yesa yare kwa na mo de mayemba afen so so hu se ma no hu se akosua kuma ne mpokwa no ye japade a emu ode sombo yi pa enti mo njai se mo sori na mo de ntasu di mo dwuma nyina fiti anopa kopemelume Juliet Ibrahim so ofa me so de atom mo nim se mo njai sa de no afen so chema o se se mo be tafri bom skin so a mo momodi entwi mu si pepep so den tai mu odi ano ohye fe twi usina hu se sina e fita afi we wie nso no wie nso so ne wasa ko twi foforo e de aka wani ensem we do betu social media de na nya asam keto akra na chese aye deja obia obi asra ma chese ohun ne onfanye ne ho kra na eye kwesi ns ono so ye music producer osan so ne ba table of men na chese ono na eti training oda no no e no de kokobo kese pa akoma eye ofoyan ponsa e de tu nanim se owura wone hwan ya babeka chese ene Christopher na gospel musicians e wo ho no mo nyuma mo tu nyina se bio ye nkwase anwom eye kwesi ene so de fam so ye mfa nto eye oforian ponsan nim se nim anim ya e wo so to me ba no de chese e chopa kese pa every gospel musicians nya no no mpo no osenye mbisa wo se o aso wo kra no anwum papa ben na wabo ene unsana se won so bible to eye gospel song and unhu se gospel song ye nkwase anwom dia ene se bio se won so nyuma beto ene nkwase asem ene wa to be the amani ni ye pa chese ye kwa de ye ntumi nke bi so ba GhanaWeb ya san se menya ya de a so ba o miss no obenye bi akan ama wo ho week ye mu so ye nenam e na chese koko pie mu e wo kila blacko me che black sheriff ye koko pie wo na kachi ne je da ho ne nye ejaketo na ni nyina ne se eye ne boss anampo ne manager si say ye friend no se eye snap service chirema ya de asan no no ne wo honum na dwingina ne se kila blacko di ono no na chese mo koba no sa no chirema black sheriff afa nachi ene eye US based company be friend no se empire for ono ma kwa sign ya chese nya asem keto akra o ma na nipa da sani so sana otene ne okokumasi a yes radio station bi o DJ bi o so I friend say DJ Slim on the why na just so boy you ure ye chi bonechi na ni no o cheche mo manfo enti ase o chire mu kra e me beto de bi kra po de o chire mu sa akwa yes yes snap service wa ma black sheriff wa ma no 7 bedroom house ni nyina branch yi so ompe wa ma ne car V8 car CB ni nyina o so ompe o se kila blacko e de kra na opeso ye ma o se ne be ya we ni bejo chese ni nyina no kila blacko chi ma ni nyina no ompe na wanfo ba no bisa se enti chese na ompe so beji na chese we no na mechira na oya na ene ba ye no social media nya asanketo mo kuma black kila blacko ko won so mo didi na tam de ya de no mo didi na tam ya chese na enya asanketo akra na ye nyina ye nim say Ukraine na afia ye Russia okopie mu honum de achese enya asem keto akra na ne ba ye no na nse dodo na ya na amanfo eta atwetwe mu ibisa say adenti na say ba no African na afia brofo na aseni racism bi egbomase ye mpewasem na ye ntokwa ya ye basu ya na ye kosumpoi e na achese video kakra bi e beto mu e beto dwa e wo Ghana hanum na ye kabi ochida ko na chese odi sa ade we ba beto dwa odi sa video no obisa say enti sisi ya no ntokwa keke na wo mpo a esi nsumpo no eno so no akwakoye mempewasem na sasa akodi etwem se sa so ban we de ensem fata se na uye bibini na uye nipa tuntum de ye mpewasem no chese ye onima basa na ensa akodi etwem a ensem fata kra nte be ya kasa de no eni manim ya se bibi wo honum na se wo so mmohwe eya e wo so eni manim ya mmohwe na chese omoye na anope ya da sorry ye ni obehwe GhanaWeb ba family nyumtuni ena watcho list tin di aba bigo no manfo bi say na da asem kreni na odi nchemu ba o chemu sa anye ne chese last year onu baby was yade a onu ni team asizi arante bi okọ school e wo Legon esan so chema da could be so nam shashi road ne so eno you over speeding kakra o say o chema normal nte na ekoye ne cross ye trotro bi nte o kwa na chese ne odu okponglo hono ma traffic light bi e wo hono ma say traffic light ne so red na trotro no be parki won ncha na chese driver no npo di onim say ye mate o say ye driver mo pe no no say onipa ko ni say no bi san say abranti adan o be so okun ya na nto say on di opa ne chewa bi na driver ni gitum say driver ye oba be kwa ni sa obe nwane say abranti bi aba be gi na o say hwan no e hwan na family chima o chese o choke one side no bie ne car glass no and o kwhwe onipa na no say abranti ne say eye wa wo e family incident and o start say o video no e hwan na family chire mu say wo video me and me seize wo phone no say family empo de o chire ma ni team no chese we hu time mo ye empo mo gi phone ni fra branch na so sisi a won say sisi na kwakwa say abe phone tintan sisi a wo no ma bibia to me si e wan na branch no e de ba nchemu nyina ba na o twem say Ghana for mote wa ma family twa mo ntro say e ma mo so ma gi atum okay and me so ma be come side of your story one abrante yi hyase ono so di nchemu e ba ye o chema e hono mo call ya chese oni abra family kasa no start so video na e wa na ne boys si form aba gini phone no de free nsem e ka che ne se one delete video no enya de odi phone no e be ma na family so o ka no ka che ne se an e ya de o ma ni 2 days on ma na chese o ma delete video no free phone so e one sort one mo hu se abrante ye dia na ko Twitter o keka nsem de fa no say and yes had no problem 9 January last year 2021 and a family G a abrante phone free nsem and say bepemo na abrante chema family fa phone e ma no intend e ko Twitter na nya asem keto akra or trendy ye pa among for by social media one more dem ma Davis here dem man one so dem ma family there o mo dem ma ni ye pa. On that note, aheya ne yede enne nkomo ho ne besi sadia me kan no media ni mame akuache enne me gina mu mame ankasa me nua ba papa bi ama broni da se ne ye besan ehia.
Hello there and welcome to the launch of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition. My name is Ismail Akwe, the Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web. It's that time of the year again. Last year, you, the audience of GhanaWeb, nominated several personalities in various sectors for various categories of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. In its second year running, the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards focuses on the youth of Ghana and is going to be run under the theme, The Future is Now. This is your time, this is our time. We have two important personalities who are on standby to help us unveil the categories. Eche Atisu, the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Na Oyokote, the host of Bestek on GhanaWeb TV. The pair was integral in the event last year and they are here to do it again. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Ismail Akwe. Eche, what's up?
We're back again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. And it seems like a year is already caught up with us already.
That's right.
That seemed like a short time. And last year, I had the honors of hosting the maiden event at the Accra City Hotel in December of 2021. And you did the
unveiling of the nominees.
Wonderful. And this year, we have even something more refreshing for you, our readers and our audience. And this year's theme is for the youth. That is why it's a youth edition. And last year what we did was that we had 17 personalities who were awarded after you, our readers, nominated over 100 people in various categories. And also we had some special awards that we gave to some other personalities who we thought had an amazing work for this country. Let's give you a gist of how all of that went down last year.
Started GhanaWeb about 23 years ago. On the 1st of January 2022 it will be 23 years. Well, initially it was just me, but thanks to the support of many people patronizing the website, we have grown a lot, really. I think everybody. Now, on this occasion, we do something different. We let use our audience to highlight people who have made a difference in Ghana in the past year. So this is what the awards are all about.
GhanaWeb Report is about democratizing journalism. So everyone in Ghana can become a reporter. what Rob has made, because Rob is looking to his screen always every day. That's why he's wearing glasses. He was thinking of some magic so that you get features that everybody with a phone in his hand can make a report on something he experiences. So Father Campbell told me about his beautiful projects for the lepra people, for the street kids. Why don't we make something like GhanaWeb.com/reporter/charity, and we make you owner of that part, of the lepra people, the street kids, and that everybody can donate there, and we can read to your stories and see what you're doing, because it's good that people take care of the community.
In the spirit of transparency, is unveiling the plaques.
So we have some beautiful plaques here that will be going home with our nominees and those who are going to win the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards that we have. And it's time to unveil them so you see how they look like.
The hand claps. So there they are. Father Andrew Campbell for winning Humanitarian Award. Another well-deserved award.
So the Peace and Diplomacy Special Award goes out to Dr. Vladimir Danso.
The winner of this award is Bright Yao Roger.
Congratulations, Bright. Celebrity painter.
Women Empowerment Award.
Come and empower us, Stacy.
With your beautiful dress,
Empower
you should be
us.
longer on the stage than I.
Thank you.
Take it here.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Thank you, Mark.
Because it goes to one very special person, Professor Stephen Adai.
Your advocate for good governance is Bishop Samuel Noy Mensah.
Now, surprise, shock, and gratitude. These were the emotions expressed by winners to GhanaWeb readers for the recognition when they received their awards. Here is a video of some of them.
Yes, I've been in this job for about 33 years. I've taught thousands of students from all over the world. Yes, I think some of them are waving. Military people all over the world, Canada, Rwanda. I still have from 28 African countries where I'm teaching. And I think I've contributed enough to peace and diplomacy. And I thank you for recognizing me. It goes to everybody else who loves peace and security in this world. It's very important. We're joking with it, and I believe we've got to realize it.
Let me quote myself on two occasions. One, leadership is cause. Everything else is effect. The second one is that the most powerful leaders who leave legacy combine character, competence, and care for other people like Father Campbell. Thank you.
For me, this goes to all the other women who were in this category, especially Ohineyire Gifty Auntie, who is a big sister to me, who keeps pushing me to be unstoppable. So to every woman here, if we are all able to empower a woman, trust me, we are going to empower the globe.
I will use this opportunity to thank GhanaWeb as a whole and the organizers for this award. They've really done well. And this shows I need to do more. My name is Bright, but officially known as the Celebrity Painter Ghana. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Just to say thank you very much for honoring me. A blessing, a real blessing, serving Ghana and serving all the needy and poor people. I feel blessed and honored. Thank you.
In the next 2024 and beyond, the next decade will emerge young men and women who will not be 80 years and 90 years to run their country, but young men and women who will turn the clock of Africa around through quality leadership. And that is what we stand for, and that's what we believe in.
So, Influential Man Award and Media Development Award. So to those of you who nominated me, to those of you who voted for me, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. And to the guys at GhanaWeb, well, I'm not always your friend, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Say a big thank you to the organizers, GhanaWeb. I mean, GhanaWeb is one of the strong online portals that when we're all coming up, we'll go there to read stories and all that. So for them to start this maiden edition of the award scheme, and me getting the best influential or the most influential blogger, I think that I'm super humble. God bless them.
I was actually very surprised when I got the message from you guys.
Right.
Because my name has always been confused.
With the businessman, right?
No, but it's good actually, because I think, for a long time, in terms of looking at the creative arts sector and all that, I've always thought that the infrastructure has been very limited.
Right.
So at least as artists, we should take responsibility for somehow shifting the narrative,
right,
which can go a long way to empower a lot more other generations which are yet to come. And also maybe, somehow put limelight on the older generation also.
Right.
So I think this also goes a long way to somehow restore faith in the significance of the work that we do.
I have to say that GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the skies further as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, awo iyo kora efasa efitre oman osande ukuma funu ochedi anko to trouble in coupon. GhanaWeb, you train your staff on above the thick clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism.
Oyo, you know what's happening this year?
No, tell me.
Well, we have 16 categories. We want to honor and celebrate 16 young personalities who are doing amazingly well in their various fields of endeavor.
But to qualify for the awards, you or the person you nominate must be between the ages of 15 and 35. Now let's take a look at the categories for this year's awards.
Alright, so the first category for this year's GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, the Youth Edition, is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. And in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs engaged in agriculture and agro-business.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology. Exemplary youth working in the digital space qualify for nominations in this category. Eche?
This is one of those categories that I think a lot of young people should be interested in. And because I know there are a lot of amazing things that young people are doing in IT for that matter. And so I hope to see a lot of nominations coming through.
And I must say, IT is the ish.
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, that's where
it's a big thing now.
That's where the cash is. I know you love the sound of cash.
I know, right?
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Now, in this category, we're looking for talented youth who are excelling in any competitive sports, be it football, athletics, boxing, hockey, and the likes. I think a lot of these young guys who are, especially for the sporting season we are in, especially for Ghana, football, Black Stars, amazing guys that I think will fit in here. Not the days, they are old now.
I'd also like to add our new coach, Otuado. I think he's bringing some excitement in sports. I mean, sports doesn't necessarily mean football, but I think that's a thing for Ghanaian youth. So I think, we are doing great.
It's up to our readers and our listeners right now.
The next category is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Impactful youth promoting women's empowerment and rights. Now, both men and women qualify for nominations in this category. We have women advocacy.
Yes, one of those. You know, earlier we had a conversation about how there are a lot of men doing women advocacy. Men like myself.
Yes, feminists, you know.
Yeah,
At first it was weird to have men feminists, but even our boss is a feminist.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Our big boss himself.
Our big boss is a feminist.
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion. Now, in this category, you can nominate any influential youth excelling in the fashion industry to be awarded.
Next, we have the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama, and Dance. Now, in this category, we have talented youth excelling in the music, drama, and dance industry. I really want to nominate myself.
Oh, yes.
I can do some small boogie. Yeah. Let me see. Exactly.
Okay. But there are a lot of names. We're not mentioning names just to lead people on, but I think the likes of Dance God, Afronita, I mean, they're all from the same.
And they're not doing it for themselves. No. They are really bringing in the youth to appreciate dance more.
And a lot of music these days comes with some unique kinds of dancing. So this is it for us. Nominate your favorites. Let's move on to the next one. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Now, in this category, we are looking for people who have been impacting the youth sector in the media and communication industry.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health. Distinguished youth promoting lives in the healthcare industry. Notes that for this category, doctors, nurses, non-professional healthcare workers, or even advocates of health issues can be nominated. So pick your favorites and nominate.
On to the next one is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Now, in this category, we're looking for inspirational youth who are engaged in teaching and education advocacy. And also take notes that just like in the health category, both teaching and non-teaching staff also are eligible for this award.
Now we move on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Inspirational youth showing commitment to development in society, organization, or any institution can be nominated for this category.
Another one of those categories that I think that a lot of young people are really showing that they truly are deserving of leadership. Many young people are coming out to show what they can do in leading this country and other aspects of life and give us some hope that their future is not bleak as it seems.
The future is now, and the proactiveness as well as boldness is showing everywhere.
That's it. That takes us to the next category, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Now, in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs running a scalable business. Anyone who started a business, something that is innovative, small business on the side that you think is eligible for this category, go ahead and nominate them.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Exemplary youth playing an active role in science and engineering qualify for this category. Actually, we have a lot of youth I think would be in or may be in this category.
STEM, which has become a big thing now. Many young people, and I'm particularly happy for the fact that many young women are also taking interest in this area.
It's a proud moment for women.
So go you, go you, go you. Let's go on to the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Now, in this category, we are looking for talented youth in painting, digital arts, design, sculptures, etc. So, if you know any such person, this is the time to appreciate them and have them celebrated.
On to the next category, GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. This category is for inspirational youth in the diaspora promoting Ghana's culture.
I know you want to go have a take on this one because I know what you the interest you have in this.
Exactly. I'm really proud that a lot of indigenous are coming back home, especially the young ones. Like you said earlier, we have a lot of old people. In those days, people didn't really want to come home. But now I think people are more open-minded. They're like, no, look, we have to make our country great. We have to be exemplary for those also here.
And
so
I
they want to start up
we
and
can
then
also
relocate.
give some kudos to the government for the year of return.
Exactly.
Which has brought back a lot of people into the country.
More jobs, like
And
we're
more
crying
money.
for. Yeah.
Let's look at the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Now in this category, we are looking for impactful youth who are advocating for peace in Ghana.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. Successful youth demonstrating innovative ideas, products, or services qualify for nominations in this category. This category is also an interesting one because, of course, like you said, the youth are always striving for change and they are doing something better to make their lives better.
Can you imagine Kinky on wheels?
You know,
Kinky having wheels.
even Gobe
Gobe.
has post right now.
Gobe, almighty Gobe. Well, that brings us to the end of the main 16 categories for this year's Excellence Awards. But we have another category which you can call the 17th category, and is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award. Now for this category, there will not be the need for you to nominate anyone. The organizers will take charge of this category where they will present an award to a distinguished youth organization. So once again, no need for nominations for this particular category.
Now, many young people are doing amazing things in their various fields, but they only stand a chance of winning if you nominate them.
Let's find out how you can nominate your favorites for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click the nominations bar or click the nomination banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details in essence, phone number, and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 16 options for your preferred nominee. Provide the personal details of your preferred nominee. Provide at least one or more social media handles of your preferred nominee. Tell us why your nominee qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with, "Would you like to make another nomination?" If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another person. If no, click no and you are done nominating your preferred person. Remember, your nominee must be between the ages of 15 and 35.
So, for the launch and opening of nominations, I welcome Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web, Ismail Akwe.
There you have it. You've seen the categories and also the nomination process. I do hereby declare the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition launched. And also, I declare the nomination open. It was a fun ride.
It was.
And I think all of you qualify. And
all
of us,
we do.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm wondering which category Oyo is going to be in.
The dance.
The dance? Are you
Yeah, I like
I
the
can put my money on it that you will not win anything.
Trust me, I can also put my money on it and make sure I win.
Okay.
This is money.
You know, the future is now, and we are all part of the future.
Of course we are.
The future is now, and we are the future.
So that's it from us here from the CJ TV studio in Accra. My name is Eche Atisu. I'm the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV.
And my name is Ismail Akwe. I'm also the host of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV and editor-in-chief of Africa Web.
And I am Na Oyokwote, host of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
So that's it. Nominations are open. Best wishes to all the nominees.
Remember, The future is now.
I don't know how your area looks after the torrential rains, but some have been deeply affected, with celebrities like KKD and Lydia Forson chastising the government for failing to deal with the annual catastrophe. We'll have a conversation on that. Later on, we'll focus on Black Sherif's Koku, the Traveler music video, which has actually divided opinions. Since the video was released on May 19, it has courted controversy. Some say the video is nice, while others say they don't see the head and tail of it. We'll have a conversation on that. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's 16 minutes of a riveting conversation, and my guests are seated. Vida Duchumwa is a columnist, PRO for 3 Music Awards, and the reigning pundit of the year, Folkless Media Awards. Vida Akwaba.
Bomidi
Mami. Vida Educhumwa Boatin. Vida Educhumwa Boatin. Vida Educhumwa Boatin. You know the bubble boxing. Magdalena Asari is an event organizer, artist manager, Madina social welfare assemblyman or a politician, and then he's also with the Miss Ghana team.
Okay.
Oh yeah, face of Legon so nefe. Romi do abo ejuma o Legon. O me
e man so mo fe nko an egu ne ho.
Baby e ko no. I share no ma kan sem ti Romi o dey free your mind.
Anybody pa on time found.
Abrantie say Abrantie ba ko say or scouting for beef. To what is a jato baby, and I would say, Onyani Pampa, or Tenny Pampa, and on so didn't know Ecodom. I say, Papi Kojo. Me, who say, Papi Kojo has an issue. Me name say, One Abna Coco, Eber Robbie shoulders very soon. If he kisses and tells, and who follow no Twitter, Unhuniama, or ye. The level of appreciation and as a supporter Papi Kojo when he came up, we admiration the kind of love or courtesy from the young ladies. He's always been the ladies' man. But all of a sudden, you look at Papi Kojo now, you go like, this is not the Papi Kojo we used to know.
You draws.
Otias, yeah. And like that handsome guy with talent and all rubbish shoulders with top-notch rappers and I say for and I say he's acting like a junkie. Yes, sana mimi huno. And who share ni lifestyle up a baby as a board, a springboard, maybe our bounce back, but as a emfa. Do I know the nanako two we are same no do nanako two we are same A+ ni felinuna issue na buy. Yes. To some extent, A+, one year, because anything that is respects women there, I'm against it. But for Leon, as comment, Kakrabi or no to make was a bit disrespectful to some extent. But on the last scale, no, Like I say, be a 30% disrespect from Feluna, 70% from A+. Internet is be attacking. But if someone should talk about someone's career being dead, and yeah, Papi Kojo, Utias, like A+ crowd holding who as a musician. Oh no, intermittently, no be releasing, no be attacking politician, like no releasing political song, no accorda, no any business, no yeah. If you are going to measure yourself against a musician, it shouldn't be against your friend saying A+. And as a Papi Kojo, unsensio foul no bibia on your way, no be sum for survivor, and that is what he's doing. He needs support. Ohia support. Enya abena kokonkwa. I think the gender activists, I say, they should drop their biases. Enya abena kokonkwa ne help. Papi Kojo needs help. And it's not musical help.
Na idea help.
Mental help.
Who need say bia or the jiji na ni keke?
No. You see, we read between the lines. You get to unse BBC 1 a signal 2 but a trap some threshold asset near where there be a trap be careful. What you as never say you started aiding come up with Dr. Asari that on that level. Because in Nimnia Yefana grow, who follow a lot of celebrities are when they are joking or they are having mere fun, like you know the limits. But Papi Kojo Diano, it transcends the ordinary thing we see on social media, and I feel he needs help. And mental health is an issue of concern to everyone. To me, observation, I feel he needs help in that regard, not musical help.
Okay. All right, Vida, I'm into you.
Okay, this week what I'm going to look at is the lookalikes. I've seen videos of Kwame Eugene, Kiddy, Kim Promise lookalike. I feel the mobile shows I work for party at senior day. Now it made me want to kind of speak to the up and coming normal band and say, oh, artistic piece now. You have the moral rights and then you have the economic rights over Wejumano. So the moral right has to do with our power of ownership. Until say be who quite say own UC and now on performing, own to me and performing. And even when you've given them the power to do so, no, they still have to acknowledge you, the original person, Jumani Ayodian and Sana, or Matwaswa Yodi or Mo, you know. But the economic friend is saying the economic rights and there has to do with Usika Semina. Nobody is supposed to benefit from Wejuma apart from Mama. They are legally entitled to Sanema because of a Juma Maya or record. So, but I don't know where these guys are coming from. I say I feel they are more performing. But I could be I say obi a street activation. And on my t-shirts bina they need the aim of kind of Kim Promise look alike now. What you might all too off key be almost representing a brand like Kim Promise no. Meaning me almost catch him ranty. I don't know whether say I'm almost have permission to use or be intellectual property on the street and whether they are being paid for it or not. But
will it be wrong if they are not taking money but they are just performing and I mean, even that's what I mentioned, the moral rights, you know, the use of it alone, I was saying to me to be able to do that. And even whilst doing it, you need to acknowledge Nipana and Yumni and how did they do that in all their performances. I've seen Kwame Eugene perform with Niluka alike. You know? He actually called that gentleman on stage. I don't know, was a subtle endorsement of Sa Abrantiano Ewo Necrasi Hona Owen. I don't know. I think it is who on in look alike in pictures. Back in Promise now I say own share and look alike all the better crampo and she cram for so basso. But what I'm asking is arrangements when a money gentlemen we acquire in these days obi to me a photograph and they are scamming for and I call the acquire BB and fata ewo in Krasi and I say wherever they live no. The any who pa a kiddie look alike and almost say too much and he dresses just like the original kiddie. And they are going about seminim say tiyomuka with jollof rice or say chicken now but you know said I don't know what it is but they should be stopped at a point. Sisia no stardom na yomude. Everybody knows them as
kiddie Kwame Eugene low budget Kwame Eugene low budget kiddie and omuti in Krasi, But one thing again, so I draw my attention to what say the people in the hinterlands, the people in the small towns, they need such performances. They need the stars to get close to them. I've always said, says I tour now moko in Europe now, moko ten vitre, etimi hosting ipa 2050 What the cost our towns we now touch base with fans ebeboa, and it will make them appreciate say there's a difference between a look-alike and the original act. Ebe yon one send way people will believe that they are the real deal. It won't be crassy. So now they need to be stopped at a point. It's your alpha phone. Now catch almost say stop just like that. Because I am modern, it will be hard for them to stop. And we'll see a chum so can hear chum said it's unlawful.
Okay, so that's Vida Duchmwa Boatin, columnist and PRO for 3 Music Awards. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about the flooding. But even before that, we'll do Vogue. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be back shortly.
What's up, guys? This is Black Sharif, and I'm outside with Bloggers Forum with Abrantipa on GhanaWeb TV. Keep watching, keep it locked, you understand? Love.
Welcome back. You're still watching Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. My guest Magdunad Nane Asari, aka Romeo, and Vida Educhumwa Boatin, the vivid, vicious, the vociferous, triple V. You know, because of the rains, I'm out for no coffee, ni millionaire, the idea come ni home but like I mentioned, we'll talk about the flooding situation in the country because some celebrities have commented on the incident. But before that, let's go and watch Vogue as we take you through some of the dresses or the attire or the apparels that you can wear in this rainy season. Irabna Everett is on standby.
Hi guys, welcome to Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Irabna Everett. Now before we get down into things, I'd like to say a big sorry to the people who have been affected by the floods. Our heart goes out to you and we hope you get on your feet very soon. Today on Vogue, we are going to be tackling and looking at how you can gear up for the raining season. Yes, we're going to be looking at both sides, that's the men and the women. Do not go anywhere. I'll be back right after this break. Welcome back. This is still Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am, of course, Irabna Everett. Before I went on a break, I said we were going to be tackling and looking at some ways you could gear up for the raining season. Now, we all know the normal way of, gearing up for the raining season. That is getting your boots done, your raincoat, your umbrella, etc., etc. But, I'm here to show you how you could spice it up just a little bit. Now, you have your normal outfit on and your raincoat, of course. To spice it up, you could get a little, beret or maybe a scarf around your neck to give your look that oomph it's looking for. So you don't have to go out looking plain and dry. You can add some style to it. And if you like, you can even wear some glasses or some, some clear glasses to make you look geeky, hot, geeky chic. Now, this look can go for both men and women. Now, for my women specifically out there, if you're trying to rock a really cute skirt to work, do not forget to get a high boot, maybe knee length or maybe lower knee length, so that you can look absolutely cute. And also, it will, prevent you from walking into muds and, getting some splash on your cute skirts, you know what I'm saying? And also, you can get a beret, a hat, or a rain hat, or a scarf as well to go with that perfect look you are looking for the raining season. Now, I know the umbrella can be a tricky thing to add to your look. Now, if you're looking for a way to style your umbrella to add to your look, all you have to do is chuck it on your arm, or you can use it as a walking stick. And I'm not just talking any ordinary walking stick, as a fashionable walking stick. Like, you could be going down the streets and, have some oomph to it, you know what I'm saying? So chuck it on your arm or hold it by the brim. Now, finally, people people, do not forget socks. Now, socks, you might say, I don't need socks. It's raining. If anything, it's going to make my feet smell. But that is where you are wrong. Now, once you wear your socks, it protects your feet from the water and it soaks it up. So once you get to your office or you get home, you can take it off, squeeze it, wash it, dry it, whatever. But your feet is always going to be protected. Therefore, avoiding any fungus to grow in your toes. You hear me? Do you get what I'm saying? Anyways, that's it for Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Do not forget to inculcate all of these tips into your outfit during this rainy season. And do not forget, stay safe out there. My name is Rabna Everett. Bye.
Thanks, Rabna, for the segment Vogue. And of course, it's time to discuss the floods. Saturday and Monday, even Wednesday, the rains were heavy. A whole lot. Some parts of the country were actually in ruins after the rains. They say but KKD, any celebrities need akasa, and when you better matter her, now you can say any abasa. So KKD was on GTV breakfast show, and for him, the government and leadership has failed the country because the government and the leadership have failed to apply the rules and then sanction people. I give you a quote, and it says, if you are a shepherd, you must create your environment in a way as to bring the stupid ones amongst us up. I have had this discussion with too many people. I am tired. I don't blame citizens anymore. I blame leadership. If you live in a house where a boy goes to defecate in the sink, the first time he does it, you can say he's just a silly boy. But if he does it continuously for more than a week, then you must say the elders in the home are silly. Who are the elders in the home? What are the systems that have been put in place for people to follow? Why is it that we have a police service, we have crime misdemeanors, rehabilitation and punishment, and we don't see people who are throwing litter in the street being arrested, being made to do community service, and that community service is essentially distilling the gutters, helping to dig the dirt from the lagoon, helping to collect the rubbish along the motorway, but they just walk scot-free, and we say the citizens. We can't live like animals. In fact, it's an insult to animals when I say we can't live like animals, because animals don't litter. It is human beings that litter. We have systems in place that should deal with recalcitrants, the recalcitrants among us, or the recalcitrants in the society. If those systems refuse to or fail to work, then essentially the government is encouraging stupidity in the citizens, and that's KKD. Lydia Forson also has a tweet and says, we are not animals. And say, animals, and this week they are running through, and she tweets, it's only privileged people who don't have to shh in KVIP that think if there is water closet, people won't use. Fix the system and you can punish people for dumping refuse in gutters, but don't talk to us like we are some animals with no sense. And that's Lydia Forson. Well, I'm so much not into blame game. When there is an issue, I believe that the issue should be fixed. But it is because in fixing it, we need to find out the root cause. Who did what, when and how? Who has failed to do what, so that we tackle it? Which one comes first? Romeo?
Yeah, Arantiba, I feel this issue, I'm accepting, or I'm going with KKD, hook, line, and sinker. Reasons being that we are in a country engulfed in so much filth, and there are people with petty crimes yet are thrown in jail when we could have used them to clean around. Some celebrities not long ago were facing rigors of the law, like some had to serve jail terms and stuff. Why don't you make them clean? Use them, use the people to clean. And then I've actually cited some amount of about 400 million or 4 billion or so being spent on solving this perennial flooding thing. And not long ago, the June, is it the June 10th disaster should have been a wake-up call. It took a lot of lives. But, and then you see people with so much money setting up filling stations at places where they are not supposed to be sited. Because they have the ways, they have the means, they have the money, they would maneuver their way through and still have it established. So when leadership fails in that regard and comes to tell us and try to blame us, yes, you have few recalcitrant ones who would dump and running water when it's raining. But that is not to say that you lump all of us together and throw out words as if we don't have heads. And where he said it was not fair. You know, you can't do that on an international podium, making your people look like they're dunderheads. You get it. So, Abrante, first, I feel, sir, in terms of setting up standards, in terms of tackling this thing from the root cause, we need drains, bigger drains. You see, how do we construct roads? You see, the flat roads without edges in terms of drains on the edge. Where will excess water run to? And all these things, if you see mansions being built in waterways, poor people do not have those monies to build in waterways. If it's kiosk containers, it's easy for the assembly to clear. So what is happening? The rules, the laws are not working if it has to do with the affluent. But when the blame game comes, they try to look for the less privileged to dump on. Because yes, we are at the Nimes, we are the Chocos, we are close to the drain. So once the drain is choked, we are the ones to blame because we dump refuse in them.
But considering the fact that we are the ones that are deeply affected whenever this happens, should some of these things that we do, throwing refuse in the gutters and all these petty things that cause the flood, shouldn't not be a concern that we should put a stop to it?
Exactly. Abrantipa, you see, when leadership structures are set, it puts fear in the citizens that people know the laws will bite. They know the laws will bite. So whatever you're doing, you are careful. Now, if you are caught in such instance, like dumping refuse or even dumping some wastage where you are not supposed to do and you're supposed to be punished, the law stipulates that. So face it. Now it serves as a deterrent to the next person who wish or who would have done that. Do you get it? So at the end of the day, if the laws are working, it becomes a deterrent factor from people from perpetuating such undesirable characteristics. Now, moving forward, Abrantipa, you asked me, when you, some time ago, you remember the airport, OBC, NBC, or someone built in Waterway. It took President Rawlings that bravery to demolish the building. And it shouldn't even take any president or any leader like 2 months or even 1 month to demolish any building in waterways. Because the poor cannot even afford such buildings. But when the blame comes, yes, the refuse aspect, we know they are guilty in that regard because we've seen videos of it. There was, I think 2 years ago, a woman was arrested based on this video thing, social media trend, and the woman was punished. You get it? So if we are supposed to, if it has to do with solving the refuse issue, put containers at vantage points. When it's full, the Zoom Lion or whoever is in charge should come for them to clean the city. Now, 400 billion Ghana cedis, what particularly was it used for in terms of solving this flooding issues? They should do a proper audit and tell us they did this, that, and yet it's not an engineering problem. Maybe it's a human face or something. The attitude we use in tackling COVID, if we use the same commitment in tackling flood in this country, by this time, see the way we took the COVID thing as if we are at the verge of dying. So let's all come together and do this. Why wouldn't you also put your basket together and solve this issue? Because year in, year out, people are losing properties, we are losing lives, and we still come back to square one. And an entity that I feel, excuse me, is as useless as P in psychology is NADBU. Because it rains and they walk through the rain as if they are checking things and nothing to even help the people. They don't even have the know-how in terms of equipment to save situations. So what is the essence of having a national disaster management organization which is not even active, but people are taking salary? And when it rains, and when the rains are done, then they will start visiting sites for the cameras, and nothing will be done for the people. So all these monies being wasted, inject those monies in solving the issue. One, start with bigger drains and covered drains. Two, make sure people do not build in waterways. Even if the president's building is found within waterways, it should be demolished. No one should be made to feel above the law.
Vida, does it look like we'll have a solution to this issue?
We can have a solution if we put our minds to it. Last Saturday, I was trapped at Asylum Dam. I saw cars flying. This was usually the cars I was coming from City TV. Those who watched realized I was live there. A program, and I sat there over an hour. Then you name everywhere was choked. It got to a time I almost parked to knock on the gate of a stranger and say, Pacho, can I come and sleep in your house? Because I couldn't go home. So I ended up at Dansoman, at my father's house in Dansoman. And even that, no drew Bukom boxing arena on my traffic lights, and I said, no, ye climbing pavement onto sa boxing stretch, no, and son, and ye kwakusi kwaimu ako. It was a total disaster. And Saturday, Hoyama. I lived in Swansea, in the United Kingdom. And one thing that I love about say, recycling in find Diago. If you go to everybody's house, almost 3 trash cans, bako for paper, bako for niema asiase, bako for twa any ye friend konko no. Ye separate trash no. Enti ye one days bolaman ba obefa ebi ene no obefa paper nko no obefa paper de no ko. And we even went to the extent of having a rubber bag colors a tre de digumu. Enti rubber bag black and ye de aduane ase ne gumu. Eno no mo kwa omo de kwa koye fertilizer ne niema. Paper on a bag and a glass ne konko metal so one a bag a digumu. Enti me back me betina me country Ghana. It was like a shock to me why yen take recycling serious. Ball na yen tugu no scow. Trash no cash. I only can say it's na say na yetutuna sisa. Call no Saturday no advantipa so don't satum say cry on sabeka call no shegum no. And I was just praying for my dear life, say Ade, because 3rd June disaster no. And also so now I was on the road with my mother. Me so me ko cow baby, me ko jam me car see baby. Me name ma metina okada so ko ye fie. And I was like, Ade, me kwa am I destined to be facing such flat situation here na? The TN say, yeah, celebrities here omoka say they have a social responsibility. Ombitimi aye e dia boa sadie we. First off, we need to tell our people, say, you need to separate your trash, no? And you know, yes, leader force in my buying campaign, bina, about separation of trash, garbage, near dear. They would have told us on charging and some the home. What must say, yes, I'll to my channel, a free mu. I feel, me won't say our first ladies. If you only constitutional role, be a constitution, shut down for being to us say, and we first lady was so yes, dear. But they always, almost all the time, have a project that they work on. me hu say ma me Rebecca de maternal health wo kokolebu a hu se we see edifice wo Kumasi Krapa bibi say si honom sa maternal health no any eniema say ya na eko cleanliness say ye important bete. Until let's make it a national agenda. Say we are separating our trash. Afe bola na ye chia ansa na mabefa kono. Ye finding a way ye be jai sade and say be assembly bia be one car or be fa bola ni free. Because nipa no they say bola intimidate 15 cedis, 20 cedis. Oh no share. Sa 20 cedis on the koto e mubi be noa e be boa no. Into obetwenya insuo no ito a no we jai rubbish no egum na de ko. I was assembly bia when you cry 5 tracks are odisisa bola because bola like I say iska. If you understand say iska na dey brewa unko jinipa ni iska inconvenience.
Yes, I do bola tax.
Now,
it's your bola tax.
Oko Sweden they import rubbish. Sweden omo recycling is so strong say bola sa okrom hokwa no mo yira omo. So they import rubbish say dey craft force no omo crab bola because omo electricity no omo desire renewables no ene power omo kania krampo enti se rubber san ana niema fi kra san wo na omo yira omo enti yen ya efini yen no dodo wa ha no a Sweden for kra nya ya omba ba import yen rubbish no e di enti na yen nya sa conscience ne say bola wo ho eyesika. Do you think say Zoom Lion is out of nothing now? What recycling plant? Mochi Road honana. Bola for na kasa ombeji in 20 cedis no. Omu duru ha, omu san ton. Edi ma omu. Inti Ghana for yes omu. Obiya separating the trash. Uwo tuwa. Anything na. Fabom ne fesi faako. Unu eduane asia fesi faako. Uwo paper nso so a any plastics a fatu faako. Na fe assembly no yesra mo bia nji obia sika so on fa ne ball and bra biem said yes Ghana cedi ye enyom the value is the same to obia trim no ye enyom fa ball ho na kire obia ada ye ba be fa particular trash no nda ne ho so mo ma nyom ne nya mo kwa me ujim boss anyom no mo ma nyom ne nya de no bia to be ne nka ye trim commission the artist to do sa conscious effort so mo aye Abrantipa, I'm saying again, say ball our way a yesika. And can you say e-levy? And say a year who dear so we should make good use of it.
Okay. Bola yesika, obi anya na femu de ese de be ya nsu ye tutona e de flats eba no etu obetwa because Charlie, when you watch the videos
before you proceed I was once charged the assembly na Swansea no me de twa eko share baby e wasem de paper e share ye throw me letter e charge me
so afomra
say my form man to me a separate trash me ko tia e
na hwan na be hwehwe ball anim hu say what dey to akoshe
na say omo eyamajuma omo yi bibia baako make sure say because me de bibi boni akofra ade mu no wan hwe ya machine na eyam no enyam to a obe ha omo
okay
what am I say and even that I wasn't the only one living in the house ebiana obi and yes I'm mistaken but because they found an envelope with my name and the address in the paper trash no omo hu say me sumi tifi obi no mo tro me say on so and so date no on be fa trash na bibi frame and you can say frame ya charge me e say me kutua.
Okay, that's Vida Educhumu Aboatin and Wahiti but ni nyina mu ni ye yoma we have to talk about Black Sheriff. Yanhwe flood no ho nsema anka e de asembeba.
Abranti amamin have a final bite on the flood.
You need time. You 1 minute. You 1 minute.
On say Vida can like good points. But on say Zoom Lion no. Directives or modify baller no. Nkomo ba na nkomo so mo ye that kind of mo contract na maji. Ti mo de be boa mo any customers. Me sure say mo ba household no mo ka say dustbin we what 3 dustbins are. Separate am sure some microphone no ebe stubborn but also because paving most of spaces and anzio to ateche until prakra and run and since say amia beko ha no na ania
real dustbins no na saying Cecilia Dapa honorable e the BBC vantage point wo krom ye the metal e bin no still okwabrane ekotu metal no efa dustbin so okona ne de eden Oko every shop was Swansea. Sa dustbin rubber no egugu store okwa no wa dodo bi a opena di coffee. Abrantiba me enfa rubber ne bi bra ha. Obeko krom no obi di a share mo.
Na yeton.
Na moria ye muma.
Yes, ye hu sa na acho.
Na wheat gum. De ye am so fan ba me no. Onye.
Abrantiba here the fact ne say the olden days town council issue na wo ho ana.
It's free home.
Say what say town councillors like who pro like usro ba na ye chi obi a lack of political
will. No ba e wo ho. Tankers for na wo ho.
No mo environmental way no. Ye chi wa politicians beko ama ye jaw. Nti say leadership and mean take that charger. They shouldn't blame it on the people because you have the power. And your mouth to me say fashemra febu niema maniema nkoso. Say niema no nkoso the failure is on you. You don't bounce it back to the people because you have the power. Say bia ne obi bia nra this is operation clean your frontage on bechewa. Ye njawo. So if you're punishing people extend it man let's when do political
first Saturday of the month na ye di clean
ecosystem na ye di supporting crop emba tools I be ejuma kra emba assemblyman ye ntie wonka nti se me organize clean up me am bottom say bia within 6 months ma organize clean up 2 per but that clean up back no organize bia o got 10,000 in as for because if you want to do a proper clean up we are be sesa bola wo enye say aban as some free. See, these are all the challenges I are facing. So if you have the resource, that's a Muslim we say about 400 billion. 400 billion, what do you then?
I'm passionate about this.
My engineering aspect, no matter maybe a human face na you hear the robot assistant, so attitudinal change. Attitudinal change has been an issue in all facets of our national lives. But lack of leadership has been the main bane because if say you cheap from for, not say or a petty thief. Na say ala you got a chokia yen yi omun fi madina self na mon ko still o nyina na aklim sa sika na nka ye do ko man's bulan so be no ye say bi in a bank office ye be or drain bi abua community bi but we like to punish people needlessly because that prisoner aban na say feeding ya sika na say feeding no mun use nkrofo no artist everybody will kroma because or celebrity nti na ye na mani e jan uko America elsewhere your friend is a top-notch artist. Your mom 1 week, or won't say no, do baby. Community service, no, pra baby, no, any maybe. If you be crabby to my employee farm base on one, just to clean up. Why don't you act creative? Shall you be an edis kayo? Near me boha, it's born out of creativity. What I said, the go power. Say Bianca assembly be my autonomy. Ye new autonomy into me shemra boha. Extra oshie oti ase esa nka madina se nka chi prophobia nka obeba na got me fimba kuku eden nti ska nka de be mazula na cleaners on distilled gata no na ba bia drain ni e cause problem na dey ye dey aye but e be a waste ska because of the ebedinti.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate.
Before you go on, see this
Trust for Cash campaign.
Yes, me back Ghana. I wanted to start this make up but maybe I'll be dribble on. As a Ghana for the area,
just a mindset na nkasakra no.
I wanted to start a Trash for Cash campaign in Ghana. And I'm so passionate about this. Oba me fear, I separate my trash. But nipa no be fa me bin oba won say green in ebu. The who me trash sachet water e wo mu da. Obi a oba me fear bia can attest to it because I'm so passionate about this and me reading how much we can make out of garbage. And I'm who said no. Yakechi.
But we have just 4 minutes to end this very one before we move on to our conversation with Miss Ghana 2019. Black Sheriff music video, Kwaku the Traveler. I mean, Chema mu 2 minutes per paper. So moko beyond that, I'm wahame. Maybe say flood in the conversation, you know.
2 minutes.
Conversation I there, but I mean you.
Yeah.
Okay. Ode mama nyane 3.
Nicole say, I mean,
yes.
yeah, bad. I may share a video. There was one thing that in the beginning, a strike came. Unse nenino a soldier. Neniko siana. Ya na mpeni foka say any bria and soldier. But we don't know who a jano flame no say. So I was ready for the showdown. My favorite scene was the press conference scene. you could tell, say, the mixed reactions that met his entry into the music scene, no, was what they were representing there. At a point, yes, you're violent because Osho Machete, in the video clips, no. At a point, yes, the distinct with the record dealers and the management here, Kofans and Bayern, say we are ungrateful. And your man I accusing of doing in this short while now, you could tell, say, the aggression with which in conformity press conference no more canon was the same thing. And you can't wait be everybody complaining, no. And Charlie, and we can't go on without seeing the F thing, you know, the how they represented the F word with, you know, the fork, F-O-R-K, now, or you free in the shoot in the mother train. I mean, he was giving you the TV beep for the F word, and I think it was interesting to watch. Now, I mean, the spiritual mothers, no. I think what I got from it was the fact that I feel the one who said the musical journey, you know, and yeah, that form. So he needed some sort of, you know, spiritual guidance and prayers to be able to sail through. Now, baby, I didn't quite get was the girls no mutihona and cramine be there was smoking, no moody fruit. I say the chic girls be the Frenchman would say basic beige girls be. I say high time girls be. Or mom, I didn't quite get the drift about sa bit, you know. And then the guys in black with the pink bags, you know. I didn't quite get that fusion, no. But in all, no, I think say it was a great video. If you know Nicole Sena, we worked with him on 3 Music when we taped some of the performances, and see how he pieces his stuff together. No, it's not the regular things that you can say, and the effect of person and one when you so everyone has different interpretations to the music video, and that's what they aim to you know to get into 24 hours and 1 million views. You know, I wasn't surprised. So let's encourage him and see how far court case and also Ebeko. Okay,
Romeo, among for say they don't see the plot, like there's a problem with the plot of the music video.
I think rather taken from Angola, no, so but for me, I was disappointed in the video. Why? And even that has been the reason why Onya saw 1 million view within 24 hours, because anticipation. Even 3 Music concepts no the man on the night of performance no crown and properly no to that extent and the man for developing interest, and I felt a bit contradictions within video, no, because one say performance on 3 Music, no, Crawford were interested in issues our facing and saying, was it the reason behind the music, or still no, what's wrong new way? You get it. So we were expecting, say, and that rain concept, you know, it became a craze for people. TikTok, echo. So you needed to maintain that kind of balance, because we are continuing, and it might appear to be a cliche, but you give that journey. I understand the angle from which I buy the icon, but I'm looking at someone who is genuine, emotionally. When you touch people's emotions, you take a seat in their heart. You get it. And I was looking at that aspect, say, me who that kind of a continue with a hustler, where the rain concept could even pop out at some point.
Rain, I heard that.
No. I think you don't expect, say. You have 4 minutes video now. No, you don't get what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I'm looking at. I think said that was perfectly executed into a daho on record in his name. But there's transition in this music video. Or by and we be a press conference and for accusing him be brave. We're moving who says na obra going to the morning wako Jim Paibo. Or Jim Paibo we nyama koye kakra ni who saw ne big girls biti home krama or moody fruits near there. And when chini who say boys be a black or more pink bags. These are like people around him, but I'll share video now. All these guys, you know, they were even fighting amongst themselves. And check na police about and it tells you say yeah, but mean your haters even in your own circle in your journey now walk on. And he was arrested and he swagged up in his mug shots. You see, you know, there's transition.
Romeo concluding. Abranti won't say me no. I didn't want to go the technical way. Say the bad icon. Say I open say o trend there. Exactly. Open say o trend there. You give what the people desire. What you say? You are being literary in terms of you are going deeper as a theater person, which I don't want to go.
But you are also a theater person.
I understand.
And you understand that sometimes art, you know, said you
exactly
different interpretations.
From what I've gathered, from like I'm gonna enjoy this kind of music. They feel disappointed because they don't understand the video. What is the mechanism? And I was looking at the literal journey. Though it may sound as a cliche, but you give a bit of it to complete the kind of message you were sending. Now, the press conference aspect, you know, people interpret it to be say, it's an illegal battle where when you're not try to explain your forward. That kind of thing, and handcuff those things came in. What you say? And then America say there's sort of a contradiction in the interviews he granted in the past and the video because it looks as if say a new trauma situation.
So you try to. This is what the people think. So okay, let me do something around it and keep the conversation going.
Exactly, and there's a reason why we are still discussing it. But Mr. Mitchell said the anticipation. Because of the rain concept, no, and until a man crofo a video, no, a base and crofo per TikTok at the idea. Crofo video, action oriented, no more the IAB, now also what trendy further, what you say. But he didn't give that, and crofo send a using that video in as TikTok.
Okay,
so to the mechanism. That is the impact he has failed to deliver in terms of maintaining that. Status quo, onya on three music, rain concept, and honestly speaking, that thing pushed the song.
Quick one, when me hear just one sentence, if you are rating the video, 10 over 10.
Oh, if I'm going technical, dear, meet my man 7.
Nah, one for technical.
But oh yeah, no, my dinner side.
Me say the kind of the normal expectation, social mindset of the young people. I'm expecting a video and see them back on the and give them a man half, they are 5.
Vida, rate the video.
For me, it's a 7 for me.
7 for you. Yeah. Okay, Mate. I don't know how you rate the video wherever you are, but if you've not watched it, go to his YouTube channel and watch Koku the Traveler music video. We are taking a quick break. When we return, we have an interview with Miss Ghana 2019. McDonald Nane Asare is Assemblywoman for Madina Social Welfare Event Organizer, Artist Manager. What did I say?
Assemblywoman.
I said Assemblywoman.
Yes.
Hey!
No, it's because he's always with pageants girls.
Hey! Hey! Mankani Yekra! Manua for Bazawaza. So Romeo is Assemblyman for Madina Social Welfare, Artist Manager, Event Organizer, and is a member of Miss Ghana team. Valerie Chuma is a columnist, the PRO for 3 Music Awards, and winning Pandit, Entertainment Pandit of the Year at Focus Media Awards. She says the campaigner for Trash for Cash. Okay, so we are taking a break. When we return, we have a conversation with Miss Ghana 2019. Don't go away. Welcome back. It's the final lap of Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I have kicked my guest, my Pamo Munina, I say me the beauty queens about show. So Miss Ghana 2019 and Miss. They say when I'm pronouncing the name of the country, I should take my time. So you know. I'm an Asante, so say really on. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
So it's Rebecca and Enid.
Yes.
I got it right?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand you are still the reigning queen.
Yes, I
in
am.
Sierra Leone.
Yes.
How come? After 2 years? Or 3 years?
3 years.
3 years. How come?
Because of COVID.
So you've not been able to, they've not been able to organize it because of COVID?
Yes.
I see. How serious is the situation there?
Well, I'll say it affected us just like the rest of the world. And considering the fact that my country is so small with about 7 million people.
Okay.
So the impact has not been, you know, one to just overcome in a day. So that is why we're taking our time.
I see. As for Rebecca, she's no more the queen. And back, I mean, you told me a queen is always a queen. She cannot be dethroned. But there is someone who is the reigning queen. How does it feel like being an ex-queen? If I should put it that way.
I don't see myself as an ex-queen, so I don't have any feeling for ex-queen feelings here. So I'm still reigning.
Okay. I understand you are launching your project.
Yes.
Tell us about it. What project is it and when is it happening?
Okay, so it's about menstrual health, and it will be launched at Tomrick Hotel on the 28th of May, 10 a.m. prompt.
Okay. Why? Is it your first project after winning?
I would say yes, I would say no, because I donated stuff. I wouldn't say food stuff, I would say stuff to an orphanage. So from there, I went to the second project. Actually, I have a lot of projects to embark on. Yes.
Okay. So why now?
I feel it's the right time. That's how I feel. I feel it's the right time to start my projects.
Upon all the issues that females are facing, why did you decide to choose menstrual health?
Okay, so it wasn't my decision alone. I sat down with some of the beauty queens, and we decided to go for menstrual hygiene. So it wasn't my decision, actually. It was a group decision. It wasn't one person's decision.
Okay. And it is here for the event. So you decided to support your sister.
Yes.
What did you see in her and in the project that made you decide that you will come to Ghana? Is it your first time though?
No, I've been to Ghana in 2017.
Okay. Yeah. What was the purpose for?
My birthday.
Your birthday?
Yes.
So you came for vacation?
Yes.
Hey, I'm not supposed to go when you enjoy. You move from your country to
like I said, my country is so small, so
okay.
You have to
explore
move
in Ghana.
Yes.
I see. So why did you decide to be part of this project?
Firstly, I admire Rebecca a lot because, you know, coming from Africa, for beauty queens, it is quite challenging to actualize your projects. I have the same struggles. Mine is mental health. And in a way, I feel that we can relate because your menstrual hygiene, if not properly taken care of, it can affect your mental health. So in light of that, I feel that supporting her and giving my own contribution, we can be able to sensitize girls, especially in that area. Because as a woman, I have felt it, I know how it feels, I understand what other people cannot relate to. So, and besides, we built a sisterhood when we went to Miss World in 2019. So why not support somebody who is making a change?
I see. So back to Rebecca. What are we to expect on the on the day? If you are launching it, who are those coming to help you with the launch? Give us a rundown. How is it going to be like?
Okay, so those coming on board, I have about 4 doctors on board. They'll be educating us about menstrual hygiene, the effects about it. And I have the second lady on board. I have SA ambassador to Ghana on board. And I have Ashaiman MPs and other MPs also.
Ini?
Yes.
How do you find Ghana?
Ghana is beautiful, I must say.
It is?
Yeah.
There's this conception, or you may want to say it's a misconception, but that's what some people have been saying. That if you are, there are 2 things that if you do contest in Beauty Queen, it means you're a bad girl. That's one. The second one is that you contestants are pimped. Let's deal with the first one, and then we'll do the second one.
Okay.
Have you come across any of these comments, though, in the first place?
Definitely, I do.
So what's your reaction?
I believe some of us has helped change the narrative. I remembered when I was in uni, and then I had a lecturer who had the same perception, but then I changed his mind I remember there was a particular time when I topped his class. So ever since then, it was like, because of you, I now believe that girls who partake in pageants are not stupid or bad girls, because the bad girl thing it tags along with stupidity. For the most part, they just feel that it's just slay queens who want to be beauty queens. And there is more to that. I am a graduate from the University of Sierra Leone. I work for a government institution, and I am a beauty queen. So I believe we need to send the message the more, because again, for me, I feel our parents has already made it a thing since way back. Because as a child going to school and then you tell your mommy, especially in Africa, that you want to be a beauty queen, they're not ready for that. For me, I was lucky I had a very supportive family who understood, what it meant. And I feel that the exposure as well helped me a lot. So that's people's opinion. We cannot completely change it, but I believe if only they put their mind to positive things, then they can be able to see the positive side of beauty queens.
Are you worried when you hear such comments?
Not really. I'm not the kind of person to worry about what others think. So for me, it's like I said, it's your opinion. The best I can do is to give you a reason to see a change or to see something different and something unique. And now you get to see that beauty queens are sensitizing people on different projects. Like I said, mine is mental health. And in Africa, when somebody's going through depression, anxiety, and things like that, the next thing, they're tagging it to, let's say for instance, if you're depressed and you're amongst your family or friends, you don't want to talk to anyone, you just want to be lonely, they might think you're affected with a spiritual myth or something. And these are things we need to change. But we cannot if you do not give us the opportunity to.
So the Miss Ghana 2019, Rebecca Kwabi, is launching her project on May 28th at Turmeric Hotel. And she's being supported by Enid, who is the Miss Sierra Leone 2019.
She's not the only person.
She's not the only person.
The others are coming in tomorrow.
We have Miss Bangladesh, Miss Kenya.
Bangladesh,
actually, just because some small issues being,
But why the decision to have only those who won the 2019 contest?
We are queens.
Okay.
And when we stand, the world will listen to us. Yes. So our voice will make people come to us to support whatever we are doing. So I need my queens and not any other one.
Your final words?
I need support.
That's key.
I like the way she said it.
I need support. I really need support. I need people to come and support me in terms of product, in terms of money, because I need to support my other queens outside the country. To be moving from one country to the other to launch the program there also. So we need support.
Okay. Any?
Yeah, so I cannot emphasize more on the support because like I said earlier, I know the struggles. It has not been easy, especially when people already feel and think you're rich, you have money, you can do this, or you're a beauty queen, you can just walk into a room and a guy is willing to sponsor your lifestyle, a guy is willing to sponsor your project. It doesn't work like that. So I pray we get the support and the recognition we need, especially from our people, regardless of what others give. If we support ourselves, I believe the power that the support you're getting from your people has, nothing can be compared to that. So I hope people are willing to support not only financially, because sometimes when we say we need support, people might want to think, oh, they're just talking about money because they want to eat our money. We are not eating your money. We want to give back to society. We want to create a legacy. So you can give your time, you can give yourself, you can come in and help. So I believe support is the key issue here. And, you know, I hope and pray that you also keep us in your prayers, because it's not easy.
Richard, Richard is the man behind this very camera. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed yourself. In it is the 2019 Miss Sierra Leone, and she's actually the reigning queen after 3 years, because there hasn't been another event in her country as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Rebecca Kwabi is Miss Ghana 2019. She's organizing.
Still raining.
She's launching.
Still raining.
She's launching her project at Tomrick Hotel on May 28th at 10 a.m. And so we'll be there to support her. Thank you so much for watching. Before they showed up, you watched the submissions of McDonald, Nane Asari, aka Romeo, and Vida Duchumwa Boatin. Thanks to Richard Vanderpoy, to Sandro Bribia, Pearl said in prayer, they are not Abeka. Thanks to Pearl, the Awam judge, and then to Same, to Everett Irabna for the production. For more stories, visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com. Until we meet some other time with yet another riveting conversation on Bloggers Forum, I say goodbye. My name is Benefo Buabin Abrantipa. Thank you for watching.
It's another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Na Oyokote. You're welcome and stay tuned as I bring you all things business, including stories that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. The rapid increment in petroleum products is becoming burdensome on consumers. Now, the phenomenon has been attributed to the cedi's decline against major foreign currencies and the ongoing tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, Duncan Amwa, joins us on BizTech as he unravels factors that results in fuel price hikes, the impact on consumers, and the way forward for Ghanaians. My colleague Maoli Aholumega has the details.
Prices of petroleum products are expected to increase significantly in the second pricing window for March this year. The move is expected to impact on consumers as well as increase the cost of living in the country. But why has there been a persistent hike in the prices of petroleum products from the beginning of 2022? We unpack this through a conversation with an expert from the petroleum sector. Before I introduce my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. My name is Maoli Aholimeka. Welcome back from that break. Duncan Amwa is my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Duncan is the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Duncan, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
Very well. And you?
I'm doing very well. Good to see you. It's been a while.
I would have said good to see you. I'm happy to see you, but I'm not happy.
Why are you not happy?
Mauli, we've been complaining about fuel for the past 1 year. It looks the more we talk, the more Ghanaians complain. The more things get worse. You wonder whether there's a leadership response. And so we are effectively contemplating probably jumping on the streets. Maybe when we talk, they don't hear. So perhaps we might join them on the streets and in their offices to remind them that fuel is becoming a disaster on our hands as Ghanaians.
Yeah. So I want to come from the beginning of the year. We saw some very astronomical increments in fuel. From your point of view and COPEC as an organization, how is the sector faring, especially with these increments?
You see, everybody has their challenge currently. What you find with the BDCs is that the monies that they have invested, their financing, is dwindling by the day. Again, if they also have financing partners, the banks that provide LCs and all, where they take credit to do their importations, you're also jeopardizing the banks, because if there's a default, the banks would now have to probably go find the monies elsewhere. Then you come to the OMCs. They also complain bitterly that the prices you see at the pumps are suppressed prices. If they were quoting the actual prices that they should sell the products, we probably would have crossed the 9 city mark by now. Probably 10, 11, 12. But because of competition, they are also undercutting themselves. So the OMC wing is suffering, BDC is complaining. It doesn't end there. You come to the consumer point, the trotro drivers are nonetheless happy. I've just received an indication that they even want to increase transport fares further. If you go around the country, you would not find a single Ghanaian who would commend authorities for the kind of prices we are seeing at the pumps. When you talk, others will want to make political, capital of it and say whatever they want to say. But the truth be told, the pump numbers, no matter how you rationalize, make excuses, justify, and talk, all the political grammar, the pump prices would effectively expose you, because we seem not to be doing anything. And for the first time since I got to know how to write my name, we are smuggling fuel from Togo now into Ghana, because Togo is able to give better pricing than Ghana does. It is not good.
But is that a sustainable move? Especially because some will also argue that the CD is also struggling against other major trading currencies. We also have the Russia-Ukraine crisis as well. Do you think this is sustainable, that we have to go to Togo to sort of purchase fuel?
Well, we are not going to Togo to purchase. I'm saying they are rather smuggling petrol now from Togo into Ghana, because your prices are higher. So if somebody gets the yellow gallon and is able to move it into the country, he's probably going to gain. What we are witnessing currently is multifaceted. You have the geopolitical, the global dynamics at play, and then you also have your local influences also squeezing us. You cannot do much about Russia and Ukraine. It's not within your domain. But you had safety nets that envisioned such times happening. And that is why the first president of Ghana, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, thought it wise to put up a refinery, because he had seen from the Volta Basin and the other geological seismics that had been done, that Ghana was sitting on commercial oil. So he put up a refinery and said, when Ghana is able to get oil, we can refine for our people. Now, post 2010, when we started commercial production of oil, our refinery has never been better. So one of the safety nets that could have given you fuel security, your local refinery, now that you are producing oil in commercial quantities, is down, is out completely. This was one of the single investments that contributed so much to Ghana's GDP. I'm talking of the 1998-99 era. TOR alone was contributing almost 5% to what Ghana's GDP was at the time. As we speak, it's contributing 0 because it's shut down. You also have a lot of very good engineers in there who could turn things around, but the politics of us would not allow that institution to work. So we prefer rather to take our crude outside, get a refinery outside to refine, and then we go for a cargo or a vessel to bring it back to Ghana as refined products. You are creating jobs for those refineries. You are creating wealth for those economies. You are changing your cedi to dollar to go and bring the finished product. Your refinery is down. So that safety net is off. In the 90s, we also thought, okay, why not build an Oklahoma cushioning type of buffer called BUST that could hold finished products, not crude, so that when there's crisis out there, we cannot probably be able to bring products. BUST will have strategic stocks to let the people be able to go about their day-to-day. As we speak, BUST doesn't also seem to have a liter of strategic stock that they could put onto the market when Russia-Ukraine gets worse or get, super bad. So those safety nets are down. And so whatever geopolitical activities occur out there, the trotro driver in Ghana has to pay for it. This is not sustainable. And we think that the earlier our leaders wake up to the reality, the pump prices keep exposing them by the day, but they simply want to just pretend nothing is happening. Russia-Ukraine is costing your trotro driver to pay more for fuel. It means that you fail to plan for them.
Okay. All right, Duncan, I'll just take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Yeah, so I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa. He's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. And we've been talking about the Ghana's petroleum sector and the increasing hike in petroleum prices. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome off on our break. I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa, and he's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Duncan, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. You've been telling me about the geopolitical reasons why we are seeing a lot of fuel price hikes, especially in Ghana. Now, I want to come down back home. There have been some calls that we should remove some petroleum taxes. What is COPEC's view on that?
We've sent memos and proposition papers to that effect. Nothing has been done. When you move from the geopolitical factors, the local influences, one of the key ones happens to be the taxes, and then of course the cedi's performance to the dollar. If you look at the levels of taxes, not sustainable. You have finance ministers given blank check by Parliament to slap taxes on petrol as and when they will. And so one finance minister comes, says, I need revenue. The lowest hanging fruit is petrol. They slap taxes. When they are leaving, they don't take out the taxes. So they leave, another one comes, he needs money, he also slap taxes. And that informs the 13, 14 items that constitute the price build-up. Largely tax A, tax B, tax C. Some of them were actually introduced to serve as, a gap, a revenue gap you know, for government, because our crude that we export, we expected around 55, it had dropped to about 30. So there was some gap created. We introduced taxes so that government can be able to realize their target. As we speak, the reverse is the case, yet those taxes are still being charged. The special petroleum tax. You have stabilization and recovery levy. You want to stabilize prices for me when world market prices get bad or bullish. Now it's bad. They are still charging me 16 pesos, 14 pesos to stabilize fuel prices. When I ask what you're doing with the money, then they tell you premix. If you need money to subsidize for premix, go back to parliament and say premix subsidy. 3 pesos, 5 pesos, then we know we are paying 3 pesos for premix. But don't collect 16 pesos in the name of stabilization and recovery. When we ask, you said you are using it for premix. That is untenable. Completely untenable. And so, whilst we're looking at Russia, Ukraine as some of the contributing factors to why fuel price is so high and is still going higher, the local influences, especially the city and the taxes, which is within our domain and control, is what most Ghanaians are looking up to authorities to do something about. Because Russia, Ukraine, you can't stop them, but you can put in measures to ensure your city performs well. You can also put in measures to ensure that as crude prices rise, as cost of finished products also escalate, you can at least decelerate on the taxes a bit. But you talk, they won't probably do anything about it. So then the fanatics will come and make excuses, and then you go to the pumps, it's gone up again. It's just been one bad cycle, and we hope that within the next 7-day period, we would hear something meaningful and significant. If we don't, we'll jump onto the streets and probably make sure that this time round we are not speaking grammar. Probably we'll walk the grammar on the street so that they can hear us very loud and clear. Petrol is too high for Ghanaian pockets currently.
Yeah, Duncan, so finally, there have been some calls for the Thermal Oil Refinery to be given some strategic partnership in terms of to help it, revamp its operations. Finally, just your final take. What are your views on that, and where do you think this form of strategic partnership, where do you see it going?
You see, you cannot be an oil producing country only to export everything you produce with no strategy or plan in place to also serve your local market. What Tor would have done to the Ghanaian market would be to provide the fuel security we need. But due to our unnecessary politicking, Tor is on its knees, it cannot work. Ghanaians are still paying for Tor debt since 2003. We are paying. We are not putting in the right investments. We are not able to upgrade their tools, plant, and equipment. So, what you put in, you are lucky to get it out in same quantity. You probably make losses. We are not putting in any investment. It is still a viable, asset. If the government doesn't have the resource to put in immediately or inject, sell Tor for $1, like others have said, so that a strategic investor can put in the needed resources, can be given the free hand to work or operate, and ensure that Tor is run as an economically viable concern, not an arm of, our politicking that allows us to flood the place with 800 people when 150 can sustain operations, not when we are appointing people simply because of a political reasoning, but they should come with the wherewithal, the competence, and KPIs that we can measure and hold them to. If you do these things, you will be able to revamp Tor. And I have said refineries are profitable. It is the only reason people are building new ones like the Dangote refinery. They are injecting so much because they know it would not only serve the country, but it would also create a certain economy around it.
Right. Duncan, thank you very much. And so I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa, and he's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, and we've been talking about the petroleum sector and the persistent hikes in petroleum products across the country. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Many thanks for watching. My name is Mauli Aholimeka.
Thank you, Mauli. Up next is Biz Headlines. On to our first story on the cedi's performance. Now, the Ghana cedi has passed the 8 cedi mark to sell at 8 cedis 12 pesos. This is according to AfriSwap. The cedi is, however, trading against the dollar at a buying price of 7 cedis 94 pesos, whilst the British pound is selling at 10 cedis 17 pesos and buying at 10 cedis 17 pesos. The euro is also at 8 cedis 33 pesos and buying at 8 cedis 53 pesos as at the time of filing this report. Meanwhile, there have been calls on the government to take actions to stabilize the cedi against other major trading currencies. The Importers and Exporters Association has also called on the government to peg the cedi at a fixed rate. As it says, the constant increase is affecting the price of imports. The price of eggs sold in the country has witnessed a 10% increment effective March 14, 2022, according to the Poultry Farmers Association of Ghana. This will mean consumers will now purchase a crate of eggs between 27 Ghana cedis and 35 Ghana cedis, depending on the size and location of purchase. National President of the association, Napoleon Ajiman, in an interview said the increment is due to the high cost of poultry feed and medication for day-old chicks also going up. On the redevelopment of the Ghana Trade Fair site, the company has signed a memorandum of understanding with Singapore-based developer Stella Holding Limited. According to reports, Stella Holding Limited will see to the injection of $1 billion sourced by the firm for the redevelopment of the trade fair site in Accra. Chairman of the Ghana Trade Fair, Dr. Daniel Macaulay, delivering brief remarks after the signing ceremony, said Stella Holding Limited will establish a joint venture company for the development of a 65-acre of the 140-acre large trade fair site. This is great news for Ghana, the people of La, and the African continent as a whole. The COVID-19 pandemic dealt a big blow to our plans as investors cooled off. So, we are happy to get back fully on track with such serious group of credible investors as well. Minister of Information, Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, has said government has been engaging in discussions aimed at easing COVID-19 induced land border restrictions and measures to mitigate escalating fuel price hikes. According to him, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has in the past 2 days been engaging relevant stakeholders in a bid to mitigate the situation, which is having an effect on livelihood and businesses. In a tweet posted on Thursday, March 17, 2022, the Information Minister wrote, "Yesterday and today at N. Akufo-Addo has been engaged in meetings in preparation to announce easing of restrictions at our borders and tackling escalating fuel prices." On ECG disconnections, the Electricity Company of Ghana has disconnected power supply to the Ghana Airports Company Limited over debts owed to the tune of 49 million Ghana cedis. According to ECG, the debts have been accumulated over the years. ECG's task force embarked on this exercise as part of measures to address power challenges and errant customers. It is, however, worth noting that this disruption of power at the airport does not affect travels and other businesses at the terminals. To our final story on the Ghanaian economy, Professor Stephen Adai, a former chairman of the Ghana Revenue Authority, has urged the government to reduce its expenditure in order to save the economy. According to him, the only way to salvage the economy, which is facing some challenges, is through a reduction in the earnings of government appointees and other Article 71 office holders. Professor Adai said in an interview that a reduction in expenditure will help the government to mobilize funds and address some pertinent issues in the country. He explained, why should a country like Ghana have about 4 or 5 ministries of transports? It's incredible. In other countries, we have one minister and then we have technical heads of these institutions. So we can reduce the size of government. Actually, under this circumstance, I think that the executives and other things must have a pay cut. Maybe 25% will do. That's all we have for you on this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Follow us on all our social media handles. On Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, we are at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, we are GhanaWeb TV. Don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for joining. My name is Na Oyokote. Have a great weekend.
Good morning, my neighbors. Let's go to the beach. Back again, Charlie. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently here in Durban, South Africa, and guys, behind me is Southern Sun Hotel, which is the biggest hotel in South Africa. I'm sure you're interested. You want to see how it looks like, you want to see my experiences here. I'm going to be here for a few days. Shout out to South African tourism. You guys are coming along, so let's see what's inside here. Let me share my experiences here, cost and everything. So let's go right into the video. The Southern Sun Hotel is an iconic hotel located on the coast of Durban. It is currently the biggest hotel in South Africa with over 749 rooms. This is going to be my bedroom for the next few days. The best part is the view from my room. This is the view. So this is going to be my room for the next few days. Woo! I'm super excited. The room is beautiful. The view is amazing. I get to see the Indian Ocean every day, every morning. Wow. quite a number of activities to do while living at the Southern Sun Hotel. So I'm heading towards the playground. The place is really huge, like it's a big space, so you can keep walking for like 20 minutes before getting to wherever you want to go. I like the weather. The weather is hot but chilly, cold at the same time. I don't know if you get me. So the next minute you're feeling hot, the next minute it's cold, the next minute is bright, you know. And this is a good weather. South Africa is beautiful. Hey, look at me, look at the way I'm glowing, look at the view. Wow. And I like the fact that their skies are like blue, blue, blue. So everywhere seems beautiful. So there's also a skating park where you can come and skate for free. Let's find out if it's for free, because I see a lot of folks riding their bicycle and also skating on their boards. This is pretty nice. Look at this. Whoa. Can come here, have a chill time. The weather is chilly, nice, warm at the same time. There are a lot of people skating here. Yeah, let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach now. I'm walking to the end of this stretch to have a better view of the ocean, and for you also to see how it looks like. This place is nice. Everyone is walking freely. I'm also like chilling, enjoying my time. So if you know her, tell her you've seen her on my channel. I was trying to fly a drone from my room so that I could get you this view, like the whole outside, to get this beautiful view. As soon as it got to the green grass, it crashed, and it crashed on top of the building. So I did a lot of follow-up, and guess what? The drone is finally here and it's in terrible state. I want to cry right now. This is how the drone is looking now. This is broken. This side is broken. This side is also broken. The gimbal, which is this side, is also broken. The glass on the camera is broken. You can see inside of the camera is also broken. Here, let's see how it looks like. Come, let's go. This much. Look at this. meal. Our meal was so delicious. We're heading back to the hotel. How was your meal? It was good. It looks like since I came, I've been enjoying all my meal. I had prawns and it was really grilled. Like, was nice. And one thing I've noticed so far on my second day here is their food comes in like large quantities, so you can order for like one, and your plate feels as though it's for 2 people. They have a surprise for us, and it's a spa. So I just took my bath. I'm going to have a massage, have a good time here. So I'm on my way downstairs, and of course you guys are coming with me, so let's go. So I'm here. The name of this place is Elengani, which is very close to my hotel. So we are going to have a spa. Yay, and this is me. I'm ready to get a massage. What are you giving me? What type of massage are we having today?
It's a full body massage with hot stones.
Okay.
For an hour.
All right. Yes. So I'm sincerely used to deep tissue massage. So for a relaxing massage like this, I'm really hoping to enjoy it very well. Like you can tell from the look of my face. My hair ready, Ankasa. So yeah, let's have this party together. Anita, you're having it too, right? Yes, I am. If you don't know Anita, go to her Instagram channel. Hey, her Instagram page. You find
I think I need to start my own YouTube channel. You guys are making me want to.
Please start. The way you are traveling alone. She's going to join the YouTube family soon. So let's go for the massage. Just ended the massage. It was such a good massage. I really enjoyed it. So like it's so relaxing. I think it's a good start for the entire trip. So I'm heading back to my room to rest and have dinner later on. So so far so good. It's been exciting. I'm really having a good time, and yeah, so catch you later. Good morning, South Africa. Good morning, Devon. Good morning. Look at the glow. Guys, I am really having a good time here. Good morning. I had pretty good sleep. I just washed my face, put on some lip gloss. I'm heading out for breakfast, and of course, you all are coming with me. Look at my view here. I don't think I would get used to this view because it's too beautiful. Yesterday at night the whole place was dark. Let's go have some breakfast. Let's go. So I picked everything I'm going to have. Having some bacon, eggs, beans, potatoes, mushrooms. This is going to be my dessert. So I'm currently here at the last floor, which is the rooftop, and it's currently winter in Durban, so it's so cold and very windy here. And this is the pool area. Let's see how it looks like. the good part is the fact that everywhere has a beautiful view. I'm pretty sure if the weather was like very warm, we'll have a lot of people coming here. But because it's cold, no one is here. But this is how it looks from here. Everywhere is quiet. So I have been on the 29th floor the entire time, and yeah, I've already seen my room. But then, if you want to take a look at it again, I could show you. And I don't think I can ever get used to this view. This is beautiful. Good morning, it's a beautiful day. Good morning, my neighbors. Good morning from Durban, good morning from the Southern Sun Hotel, and today is going to be my last day here at this beautiful hotel. And yeah, going to have breakfast, go to ITC, and then leave this hotel. I hope you are enjoying my stay here. Look at the glow, like South Africa's sun gives you a different glow. So yeah, let's go. Should I close the window? Should I leave it? Should I close? Okay, let's go have some breakfast. Let's go. So one thing I realized here is they usually add cheese to their egg. The first day I came, I was like, oh, let me stick to what I know and just enjoy without cheese. The next day I had the fried eggs omelette with cheese, and I'm like, oh. Since then, every day I have omelette with cheese in it. This is good. This is what I'm having for breakfast. I'm having yogurt, my seeds, and yeah, tea. So cheers, guys. So yeah, cheers, guys. And oh, I forgot to mention that their tea is also very unique and different. I'm really going to miss this view. So guys, I want to say thank you so much for watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here at the Southern Sun Hotel. A big shout out to the South African tourism for this experience. Follow them on Instagram, show them some love. Until then, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. See you on my next video in South Africa. I love you all. Mwah.
Alright, so we're back on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. The final play of the FIFA World Cup qualifiers at the Abiola Stadium in Abuja ended in favor of the Black Stars after 1-1 draw after 90 minutes. The Black Stars are through to the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Today on this episode, I have some ladies here and I'll be interacting with them how they felt after Ghana qualifying, and we didn't just qualify, but we had to eliminate our rivals, the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining me here. Yesterday you watched the game. How did you feel that we were able to pull through doing it against Nigeria?
Okay, so at the end of the game, I was very excited because we played draw and then Ghanaians were able to qualify for the quarterfinal.
We were able to, but can you tell me one player who impressed you the most in the game?
Okay, it was Thomas Partey.
Are you crashing on him?
Maybe some other time.
All right, so finally, the coach, he's doing the job on part-time basis. He's a staff of Borussia Dortmund in Germany. do you want the GFA and the ministry to retain him
Yeah.
as the permanent coach for the Black Stars?
Yeah, he's doing well, so I think they should keep him.
All right, so she thinks that Otuado should be retained and given the job on a permanent basis. Let me introduce the two of you. Yesterday you watched the game. We did it against Nigeria. What was your initial thought before the game? Were you afraid that Nigeria would beat us?
Well, I was a little nervous, but I was still having hope that we would qualify. So I was still praying. I was praying until I had go, and then I was like, yeah.
Right, so what was the general reaction after the game ended?
Oh, I was happy. It got to a point I thought we were losing when Nigeria scored, but when the game ended, I was happy because at long last we've qualified. So
how did you celebrate the victory?
I was just running around like that, jumping, screaming, yeah. That's
Any
all.
favorite Black Stars player?
I think I like the goalkeeper.
You like the goalkeeper? Joseph Waloko.
Yeah.
So, Jojo, you have a crash here. Let me speak to you. Do you share the same sentiment with your friend?
Yes. At the end of the game, I was very, very excited because I have few friends, Nigerian friends. We were arguing before the match and then they were mocking. So after the match, I was very excited and I gathered the courage to go and mock them as well.
So now, do you say that the Jollof Derby is over?
they are still not ready to give up. They are still not ready to give up. But at the end, Ghanaians still have the best.
Do you want the coach to be retained because he's doing the job on part-time basis?
Yes, so far what he's doing is impressive because, yes, they should just maintain him.
All right, so Ministry of Youth and Sports and Ghana Football Association, you heard what our first guest on the show had to say. Retain Otuado for the job. President Adodankwa Akufo-Addo initially, right after the game, called Otuado that we are going to kidnap him right here in Ghana. We are not going to allow him to go back to Borussia Dortmund. When we go along and speak to other football fans. So do you think that Otuado should be given the job on permanent basis after qualifying the Black Stars to the 2022 FIFA World Cup at the expense of the Super Eagles of Nigeria? We do the discussion here today. How you felt after the victory, officiating and all the others. I'll start with you.
Okay.
How do you see the game in general, the two legs and especially the second leg in Abuja?
Oh, okay, so let's take it from AFCON. Right, you could see right from AFCON to the World Cup qualification, you could see their style of play changed. AFCON, they were playing as if they were not playing more like a team. They were just playing bim, 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 bim. But with the two, the World Cup qualifications, you could see they would work the ball right from the keeper. They would play, and they really played like a team. The bim, bim style changed. So you could see it was the coach was really as well. It wasn't you were playing Obi and Mbonti money there. This time it wasn't more of that again.
Okay, so what will you say about the officiating in the second leg?
To me, let's put let's be real. Yeah, I'm not,
sentiment aside.
It was a penalty in 18-yard box. If you touch a player, whether it was a hard or soft touch, it's still a penalty. And there was a touch. You could see Edu or whatever his name is, Odoi touched him, and if he had not touched him, it could have been a goal. So to me, it was a penalty.
It was a penalty.
It was a penalty.
All right. So I'll come back to you with the main question. How did you also see the game, and how do you feel that 2018 Ghana couldn't make it to the World Cup in Russia, but we are going to Qatar?
Okay, to me, it's good. It feels really good because comparing from the beginning of our qualifications matches, the Black Stars performances were very low as compared to this one. Like this one, you could see that they played a very good game from the first leg to the second leg. But for the second leg, our first half wasn't that really good. But the second half, when Otuado did some changes, and then like he brought some tacticals, and you could see that we were really in charge on the second half. So we did very well, and I'm grateful for the victory. I'm very happy.
All right, now we've settled the Jollof Derby, the Jollof War, everything we have in Ghana. We seem to be competing against the Nigerians. We've had a good one over them. The last time was in 2001. They denied Ghana from qualifying for the 2002 World Cup. How do you feel after the game that we got the qualification and we did it against Nigeria?
Oh, actually, it's a great feeling because for so many years we haven't had a football game like this before. Like, we've been hungry for a long time. So for us being able to qualify to the World Cup, I think it's a great feeling for us, and I'm sure they'll go there and prove themselves very well.
They'll go there and prove their. How? What will you say about officiating too?
Oh, the officiating, it wasn't all that okay. For me, for the penalty, it was a real penalty, but there were some cards.
In terms of the general performance of the referee?
Oh, I'll give him like 50%.
50%?
Yes. Because there were some fouls being taken, which was too red. Let me put it that way. Yeah.
Okay. But Otuado, the president said that when he comes to Ghana, they are going to give him the job on permanent basis. Do you support that? And has he proven enough to be the one to handle the Black Stars in the long term?
I really support, and I think if they give him the chance, it's a cool deal. Because just the 2 games he has played, he has shown that he has something better for the team. You can see the team is well organized, and if they are playing on tactical basis. After the first half and the second half, like when they came back on the second half, you could see there was a tactical play.
Okay, so if you are Otuado, will you leave Borussia Dortmund? Will you risk your job at Dortmund to come and take Ghana?
Oh yes, I will do.
Okay, do you support Otuado to be given a job on permanent basis?
Not really. I don't really support that because he already has a job at Dortmund, and then we have Chris Hughton as
the technical
advisor. So I think Chris Hughton can be given the chance to lead the Black Stars. He has experience in the Premier League, so I think he can really do the job. But Otuado, he's good although, but I think he should focus on Dortmund more, and then he can be like a technical advisor to the team, or he can be added to the technical team.
So it's Chris Hughton for you?
Yeah, Chris Hughton for me.
All right, so Otuado, Chris Hughton, let me also hear from you. Do you think that, do you support the call for Otuado to be given the job as the permanent Black Stars coach? I'll end with you. You've heard what your friends had to say about it, officiating and everything. Do you support Otuado to be given the job as a full-time?
In as much as he has done well the 2 matches, but we've been following football for quite some time, and you can't just use 2 matches to judge a coach. He did very well, but 2 matches can't just be used to justify whether he's good or not. So I think maybe they should give the team to him for some time, and then later they can consider if he's the man for the job. But to me, 2 matches is not enough to judge a coach.
2 matches is not enough to judge a coach and see whether he can do the job or not. For Manchester United fans, they can relate what Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did at Parc des Princes when he turned everything around against Paris Saint-Germain. That is what this gentleman is trying to avoid. But the 2 of them, the one on my far left believes that Otuado should be given a job. This one is going for Chris Hughton. Which one do you also want? Let me hear from you in the comment section. It's sports debate on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are doing the post-mortem of the Ghana game against the Super Eagles. We've qualified to Qatar. But do you think that Otuado did enough for us to give him the job on permanent basis? Because now he's working with Borussia Dortmund. Yesterday you watched the game. We won. But how did you feel that we were able to do it against the Super Eagles?
There's nothing interesting than to win a game against your bitter rivals, Nigeria. But, at this moment, we didn't need any exciting football. All we needed was to make sure we beat Nigeria and then qualify to the World Cup. So I was excited about the results yesterday.
Do you share the same fate?
No, I think that's where I have a problem. Mine has to do with the overall performance. I think it plays a very important key in how other teams would see you. So Yeah, we won, but I think the overall performance was not really good. Seriously.
Right, so you think that with this performance, when we go to the World Cup, we can't make any impact than we did in 2010?
Sincerely speaking, no.
No.
Seriously. Because if you come against a very competitive team like, let's say, France, Germany, nah. Seriously, I don't think we can make it.
So
I think moving forward, at least, I don't know whether it's motivation or something, but I think we need to up our game, seriously.
So will you give Otuado the job?
Yeah, I think he's really doing well. Yeah, for the last 2 matches, I think he's really doing well. Then I think he needs a push. Yeah, so I think the guys are doing well though. But I think with our performance, we need to at least be up there if we can compete with the other best teams.
We also complain against the performance of referee Sadu Selmi of who officiated the game. Yeah. Do you share the sentiment of Ghanaians that he seemed to be on a mission to make sure that we won't go to Qatar?
Well, I think to a point, I believe indirectly, I think the same thing happened when we were playing in Ghana. There's this idea of the fact that we are playing at home, so there's this home advantage team. I think the whistles were too much yesterday, and then a lot of them has to go against Ghana. So to a point, I do agree with them. Yeah.
All right. So finally, were you happy that we were able to do it, not only do it, but against the Eagles?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I like the way the boys played, but that was in Kumasi. But when they went to Nigeria, I was not that happy because they didn't put up a very good performance though, but it was good. We won.
Who was your man of the match of the day?
I'll give it to the keeper.
The goalkeeper?
Yes.
Walcott.
Yeah,
why are you giving him your man of the match award?
I think he did some good saves. I like the way he saved the ball, and I was happy. When we conceded a penalty, I was thinking he could catch the ball, but he couldn't, but it was okay. We had 1-1 and qualified, so it's okay.
All right. The president made it clear yesterday that he will, I think on Tuesday, that he will give the job to Otuado. Do you support that decision?
Yes. I want that because the substitutions that he did was very good. As he brought on different players and subbed off Jordan Ayew, I was really happy because I think that helped the game, and he has that mentality of pushing the boys to play well. So.
What about the performance of the referee?
Yeah, I think he did well. The refereeing was good. He made nice decisions, and I think he's good.
So the penalty was a good call?
Yeah, it was a good call.
All right, let me take your bite on the performance of the referee, then we wrap everything up. Were you impressed with some of the calls that he made?
Not at all, but this is very common in African football. Always the home team have the advantage, so I wasn't surprised about the referee's decisions. But I wasn't happy with the referee because this is a platform that you book your ticket to Qatar, the most prestigious tournament in the world, and so when you are handling a game in such magnitude, you don't make certain mistakes. So I wasn't impressed with his performance yesterday, but we were able to qualify, so I was happy with that.
Some say that the penalty was soft, others it was not at all.
For me, there was a contact, because when you say it's too soft, then we can go back to and review our game against South Africa. Yeah, so we can say same. It was a clear penalty. There was a contact. Our defender didn't get the ball, and then the referee whistled for a foul. So I support the referee. It was a clear penalty.
The performance of the referee on the day was not up to the standard, but the penalty was a good one. If you disagree, then go and look at the penalty Daniel Amate got against the South Africans at the Cape Coast Sports Stadium. But the three of them are rooting for Otuado to be given the job on permanent basis at the Black Stars coast as we prepare for Ivory Coast 2023 and the FIFA World Cup in November. So I have the final two on this episode of the Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Ghana, we finally made it to the FIFA World Cup after missing out on the 2018 edition in Russia. Do you want Otuado to be retained as the Black Stars coach because he's doing the job on a temporary basis? James, I will start with you. Okay. How did you feel that we won the game, but we did it against Nigeria in the Jollof Derby?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I think it's a well-deserved win, especially coming from the background where
the background of the AFCON, where we performed abysmally. We went and came home with only 1 point.
Yeah.
And our Nigerian counterparts have been able to reach the round of 16. But if you look at the history of the derby, the two teams, on paper, we look so good as a country going into the match. But I have always said that Ghana-Nigerian derby is not about the current form of the two teams, but it's about the performance of
on the day.
On the day, the best team carries the day. It's just like Ghana's Hassan Kotoko match, and so it has proven it. Although we were the underdogs going into the game, after the 2 legs, it is obvious that as we have all wished, we have qualified for Qatar 2022 in November.
Who was your man of the match on the day?
For me, my man of the match was the captain of the team, Thomas Partey. I think he's displayed leadership, especially giving us the goal that actually gave us the qualification ticket. Is huge for me. And so I will give it to Thomas Partey. If I don't give it to him, then I'll give it to the goalkeeper, Jojo Wallacott, because I think he pulled some strong strings there to save some critical shots from the Nigerian front that actually kept the scores at 1-1. Other than that, we would have conceded more than that. It's obvious they created more chances on the day than the Black Stars have done, had it not been his saves.
Yeah.
Maybe the story would have been different. So it is Thomas Partey for me. But apart from him, then it's obviously the goalkeeper.
All right, so I'll come back to you. Jojo Wallacott has been mentioned again. Andrew, you watched the game critically as a sports analyst. How did you feel that we were able to do it? Because when the draw came out, about 90% of Ghanaians were afraid as we were going to face Nigeria. They were claiming that they have 9 strikers, they want to loan us one and all that.
I for one, I didn't feel, or I didn't see it as a surprise, because I knew who we were going to play against. The Nigerians are not walkovers. It was going to be a difficult task, but we just needed to calm our nerves, then see what the tournament unfolds, or how the tournament will bring everything to the Ghanaian populace. So I felt Ghana as a whole, yes, we needed to appease the supporters. Nigeria also needed to appease the supporters after our AFCON performance. So this was the opportunity that Ghana had to do that. Yes, going to Nigeria, we had to do all this in Kumasi, but we had to wait to do that in Nigeria, which I think was a good one. Yesterday, they had to do that yesterday. Giving that to the president on his birthday was a surprise for the president, for him, taking the country to Qatar 2022. Looking at the circumstance around Ghana now, and be able to qualify for Qatar 2022, it was a plus. It was a plus to the team.
His man of the match was Thomas Partey or Joseph Wallacott. Who will be your man of the match?
I know what I'm about to say will sound weird, but my man of the match is Jordan.
Jordan Ayew.
Jordan Ayew, because if you look at the first leg and the second leg, Jordan was playing under instructions, which he did perfectly well.
Who didn't play under instructions?
Almost all of them did, but Jordan was strictly on the flanks, trying to stop the right side of the attack of the Nigerians, which he did well. If Jordan was to move from the right to his normal position in the middle, would have gotten that place empty where they could have used to score, because that is their stronger side. And Jordan was there to help the left back. Do you get it? So Jordan did everything for the team. Yes, if you watch Jordan play, Jordan normally don't draw back that much, but in both games, he comes back to the left side and goes on attack as well. So Jordan did a good job. Yes, the team did well, but yesterday you could tell that in the 60th to 70th minutes, they were exhausted.
Yeah.
They were tired. So that could tell you the kind of momentum they brought into the game. Yes, Kudus did well. Almost all the boys did well. The debutants, they did well. They did well. Wallacott, yes, he did well. Many were rooting for Ofori. He coming back to come and take the position. But I for one, mentioned that, yes, Otu should stand his grounds, maintain Wallacott,
and see if Walacott will prove that, yes, when he's given the chance to, he can also do same for Ghana.
Okay, you mentioned the president. And then on Tuesday night, right after the game, the president, in his call to the coach, told him that when he come back, he's not going to allow him to go to Dortmund. And he is rooting for Otuado to be given the job on permanent basis. Are you supporting him?
Yes, it's funny. It's the call of Otu to make that. If he is going to leave,
but it's very difficult to turn down a request from the president.
Yes, it's going to be difficult, but you and I know in this country that Otu coming to coach the Black Stars is not a permanent job. If he goes to Qatar and nothing goes or it doesn't go well, we will fire him.
It comes with a job.
Yes, so at Borussia Dortmund, he's doing well. And those there, they are not like we here. They are different. You can win or you can lose about 30 games and win one. They will still hail you.
So if Otuado is your uncle, you tell him to reject the job?
Not reject the offer, but I'll sit him down and tell him that, yes, you suffered before going to Borussia Dortmund. So if it's Ghana you want, and you want to come and be the coach of Ghana, knowing well that some years to come, you will be sacked. That is your decision. But if you still want to be at Dortmund and know what is at stake for you, yes, you can go for the ultimate. For one, I feel he should vary his decision. He shouldn't be in a haste to jump and accept the offer. He should sit down critically and assess whether or not Ghana is the best, or this time is the right opportunity for him to come and coach the Black Stars. He can still be part of the technical team going to the World Cup. That is no mistake. But if he takes the coach as the Black Stars, believe you me, it's going to be very, very difficult for Otuado in Qatar 2022.
It is going to be difficult for Otuado, that's Andrew. And per what he's saying, he's supporting the decision. But his issue is with job security that comes with the Black Stars job. James, you heard Andrews. He is supporting Otuado, but his main concern is job security. And that comes with the job. You can be hired today, the next hour, you can be fired as a coach. Do you support the cause for him to be maintained as the permanent Black Stars coach? Others are also saying that we saw what Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did with Manchester United. Did very well in his first 3 or so games. When they gave him the job on permanent basis, it was all about Inshallah.
I also think that it's a personal decision to take, looking at the job security on the two sides. But I believe even if he's not the head coach of the Black Stars and he's relegated into the technical team, I believe the amount of time he would spend with the Black Stars being a technical team member will be the same amount of time he will spend with the team when he's a head coach. And so issue about he being head coach and losing his job or not having time for Dortmund any longer applies even if he's a member of the technical team, because if the head coach on several occasions when a head coach is sacked, he goes with the technical team as well. And so I think that the president's call yesterday settles the issue about who will be made, whether Chris Hilton will be given the permanent job or Coach Otuado would be appointed a permanent. I think it settles it, because I don't know who would take a decision contrary to what the president said in that call we heard yesterday. The GFA, I'm not sure, can take that decision, although we heard some very influential government officials were rooting for Chris Hilton.
So it is Otuado for you?
It is Otuado for me because of that call made yesterday. And we don't have any option, because what is the guarantee? The question is, what is the guarantee that if we give it to Chris Hilton, he would do better than Otuado has done now? Otuado has just justified his inclusion, and going to Qatar 2022 is not an avenue for justifies where we'll be wanting Chris Hilton to also justify. So for me, I think it's Otuado for now for Ghanaians.
It is Otuado against Chris Hilton. It has always been between the two. But Otuado was given the nod as the interim coach, whilst Chris Hilton was acting as the technical advisor of the Black Stars. How did you feel that we were able to do it in the Jollof Derby against the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Do you support Otuado to be named as the permanent Black Stars coach? Let me hear from you in the comment section. It has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joel Eshen. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Many MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because they had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Muhammad Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
Some of you who comes to Parliament always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arises. When there are some reasons to talk, yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, as a member of Parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but his people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people, you come to Parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter their constituency, you won't see much projects. You can't notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason why.
We know that for you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether RA, funerals, you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for?
If you enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankies, all the way from Frankies down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, "Oh, Saint Kizito said, oh, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market, going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee, even before I was born, especially when it rains, you can't walk there, you can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from hot coffee all the way to Kanda Highway. And there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque. And I demolished the mosque and then opened up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did. All the way is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. So the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge. It's called Naza Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major road, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we were able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. there are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do, at least we can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the WASI, we make sure we support them with the math sets and so on. Sometimes we give them books and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does his people like him? Yes. So they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason.
So I think feedback? Like how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. I'm always my mic. Always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at Setkizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when you come, my relationship with we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we jaw to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend the program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend the program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
Well, that's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people do things so, especially the taxi drivers, those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though the incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled, because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that.
Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to... How did it happen? How did it work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You'll be in parliament for the next 12 years because 11 How did you resolve? Did you engage people, chief imams, stakeholders, and how do you...
I do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also, they are playing a very, very wonderful role, our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in Nima, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering. We make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in Nima, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them, I educate them. If you have a daughter or you have a son who wants to go to school and you can't afford it, come to my office. Yes, I will support you to make sure we pay the fees for you. So all those things also, it has been so helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes, because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are what? We are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing.
We've left your constituency. We are now in Parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy.
Yes.
Would you say we are in crisis, looking at our recent fuel hikes and what's going on in this country? I think I do need to give details, but what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of... I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mama told them, His Excellency John Ramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. You people, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You came and make noise. Today, you are the vice president.
Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, third quarter, fourth quarter. Now we are almost end of the first quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it that NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it.
We are currently at the Ayawaso East constituency. We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Ayawaso East today because of your MP. He's been in parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016 and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Mahmoud Toure is somebody, he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNader, if you go to Nima Market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima Market and the Nima Madina Station, hot coffee area, all he put pavement. He went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. He went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital at Nima. And though he didn't complete throughout, but he did reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operations, Smith, your Lungu, we have done all. Before Nima, you can't pass inside Nima. But now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing, you have no problem. So to talk in parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency, no, we are not talking about your graduate, no. It's action. What we have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we'll be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in parliament, no. We see some people speaking in parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced me to Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen. And we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the parliament, it's not about speaking at the parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the big difference.
If he contests again, do you think he will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. It's not here for me, but I can show the project for him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say it's not talking, we don't need his talking at the parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me, I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN.
everywhere you go because his name is Mohammed Turi Nasser. So I shot it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and Energy in parliament, then we should thank God that we and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in parliament, talking in parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are satisfied with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with his okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nasser because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust. He promised and he deliver. You understand? He promised and he deliver. So Honorable Nasser, I think, unless he decide not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in the constituency?
Especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see, first it was very dirty. They put baller at any place. But now, if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is this someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say he knows me already.
Enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma so na adwuma ntina ye to ma no because wo bae no nsese aba mentemu ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no nsese abem bebre because first the kwan we no na gote down nti nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi fa ha but wo bae na aja akokwa adum tu wo so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so ntinu ama bebia bebre enya hanko ha ntinu obia hwese ndie na juma city ansana wato ama no enye ne kasa obi wo a kasa parliament bia wo nya sende amanfo ye pe ama aya ama omo ntinu eno de enkyere se wonye adwuma adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na sende wono so ne mente musu be ye so ntinu eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo boani pa sende ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyɛn a wono nso otimi tie nipa su frena wono nso sende kakra wo wono metimi abo nipa tina no de enye wonye bad wo ho se mpunto ne sende wo hu nipa mo bronde enu de wonye ayi kura
esa be magana parliament take win city shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowani lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowani lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gege gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya bada uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da yawa isa ga kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka na ka da baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwanni maka shiga ka kai tafiya ka kwanta koina maganan da kenan kenan.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Nazar Mahama Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
Complainant in considering the plea agreement. Mr. Speaker, if the victim or the complainant is not served with a copy of the plea agreement, how would that particular victim be able to give the views on the plea agreement to the court for the court to take into consideration? Mr. Speaker, this law is giving the right to the victim or a complainant to give views to the court regarding the plea agreement. And if the plea agreement is not served on the victim or the complainant, how can such a person give a view to the court on the plea agreement for the court to take into consideration? This is clause 5 of 162G. It is for this reason that I am proposing that we add C to call for service of the plea agreement on the victim or the complainant. This is very simple, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I drew my brother's attention to the fact that it may impede the process if we introduce the victim here, because the victim may not be available. And the opening word says, when it is concluded, it shall be served on the following people. And that's why I urge him to actually drop the further amendment that he is proposing. There's no need introducing the victim here. And it has already been said that this is criminal. The jurisprudence of this country talks about the criminal prosecution, and the state takes over the prosecution of this. We have actually taken into consideration the accused person and other people. So the victim is not necessary, especially when we say that. And if my friend would advert his mind to the fact that it is possible not to have the victim. If the victim is not available, and we say that it shall be served on the victim, how are we going to do it? It's not just possible. And you agree with me that, or are we going to say that the victim, if he's alive, or the victim, if he's available? That is absurd. So please, I urge my friend to drop that so that we could take a question on this.
Chairman, can you look at Sub 5? Or if the Attorney General may address.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Speaker, I must say with all respect that the first concern by my friend Mr. Rosin Afimopo is already catered for, it's in the law. His concern is that the plea agreement should be signed by the parties. If Mr. Speaker looks at 162 clause 4, a plea agreement shall be signed A by the prosecutor and B by the accused person. So the execution is there. So that's not a problem at all. Okay. Now the next issue of concern is whether indeed the plea agreement should be served on the victim of the crime. Mr. Speaker, my respectful position is that in criminal proceedings, the principal parties are the Republic and the accused persons. And that's because a crime is committed against the Republic. It's not in theory committed against a victim or a private citizen. Mr. Speaker, indeed, when a charge sheet is prepared and filed, it is served on the accused person. It is not served on the victim. The victim is not given notice to the charge sheet. The victim has his witness statement taken, and that witness statement is taken into account in the preparation of a charge sheet or charges against a particular accused person. The Speaker, apart from that, even before we get to this stage, the victim would have been part of the process of consultation. And I will refer the House with all respect to 162E. 162 states clearly that a prosecutor shall not conclude a plea agreement with an accused person or counsel unless the prosecutor has A, informed a victim or complainant of the offense or objective and all. And then even 162E clause 2 also says a victim or complainant who objects to the terms of the plea agreement may cause a statement to be filed as part of the plea agreement, detailing the grounds of the objection. Mr. Speaker, if the concern is the non-inclusion or supposed non-inclusion of a victim, clearly the law makes provision for that. The victim will be included in the process at all. Mr. Speaker, for us to require a victim to be served with the concluded or executed plea agreement will be out of order. It will be out of order because at that point, a victim may not even be in the country at all. A victim may not be available. The Speaker, even if the victim is in the country and is available, it still does not derogate from the fundamental points that the Republic is the principal party to any prosecution at all. And for that matter, the Republic is the one who executes the final agreement on behalf of the entire state, including the citizen who allegedly is a victim. The Speaker, indeed, the clause 162(5) that my good friend also relies on, which is that the court may inquire from a victim or a complainant of the case whether the victim or complainant has any objection to a plea agreement. In my view, this even reinforces the contention that in criminal proceedings, it is the Republic who is the most important party, the principal party. Because the words clearly show that the court is not required to inquire from the victim. The operative word is may, which is permissive. So the court may or may not inquire from the victim. So clearly, it cannot be support for the contention that a victim ought to be served with the concluded plea agreement. On this basis, I certainly submit that there is no harm at all to be caused by the non-service of the plea agreement on a victim, and for that matter, the provisional assistance is in order. Thank you very much.
Very well. Let me now put the question. Let him put the question. This okay. Let him put the question on clause 1. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those against the amendment say no. No, I believe, Honorable, you might have understood the explanation, and therefore, okay, then let me put the question for his amendment. Yeah.
You put the question on my own. First, the law enjoins the prosecutor to inform the victim or the complainant before entering into the plea bargaining agreement. It is for this reason that after concluding the plea bargaining agreement, the person should know the terms and conditions that you have agreed upon. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the memorandum, there are benefits in the plea bargaining agreement for the victim or the complainant. The benefit may be in the form of compensation or restitution. That is why the file document must be served on the victim or the complainant, so that if the victim or the complainant is not agreeable to the compensation or the restitution that the prosecution has agreed upon, he can send his views to the court. Other than that, you do that, the court will say at that point that I want to take the views of the complainant or the victim. What will you do at that particular stage? Because the law is there. What wrong does it make if you serve the person who is going to benefit from the plea bargaining agreement a copy? What harm will it cause?
Well. So, can I put the question so I move on?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You may, Mr. Speaker, my little worry with what my colleague is talking about, really, I'm not too sure that by his position is taking the discretion away from the court. If you're not taking the discretion away from the court, if you insist that the victim must certainly be consulted, then the argument then will be that 5 rather should read the court shall inquire from the victim and not may inquire. Yes, because if the court has the discretion to inquire or not to inquire, then we might as well maybe do away with it. In particular, relating to what the Attorney General earlier on referred us to, that is in respect of 162E2, that a victim or complainant of a case who objects to the terms of the plea agreement may cause a statement to be filed as part of the plea agreement detailing the grounds of the objection. So it's probably even captured here. It is captured here in 162E2, that a victim or a complainant of a case who objects to the term of the plea agreement may cause a statement to be filed as part of the plea agreement detailing the grounds of the objection. So, look, how does he intervene? How does he intervene? In the 162E2, how does person intervene? I'm saying that this thing has already been taken care of here. And that's why I'm saying that what we have in G5 really is superfluous. It's superfluous.
With what the Honorable Majority Leader has just said, how do you even make statement protesting if you are not served with a copy of the plea bargaining agreement? As an accused person, if you don't have a copy of the document, how do you file a statement protesting in court if you are not served with a copy? So every argument in the bill, every process in the bill would definitely call for the complainant or the victim being given notice of the plea bargaining agreement. You are not served with a court process, yet you are expected to make statement protesting with that particular process.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, once the consultation with interested parties, 162E takes care of it. It begins, a prosecutor shall not conclude a plea agreement with an accused person or counsel for an accused person unless the prosecutor has informed the victim or complainant of the offense or the representative of the victim of the complainant of the plea agreement. It's taken care of there. It's taken care of there in 162E.
Yes, let me come to the Honorable Attorney General.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I do not think that in any event, any material harm will be caused by. Well, my main concern is the availability of the victim. Speaker, if indeed the House will agree that we fix it, if possible, if practicable, I do not have any problem at all. So that the proposed amendment will then read, shall serve on the accused person or his counsel and the accused person and the victim, if practicable. If practicable. No, I'm not. I'm saying so. They see. There'll be a C.
On the
so
victim,
on the C on the victim, if practicable.
Or maybe an if practicable.
If practicable. Simple as that. Mr. Speaker, otherwise, to require that, regardless of the situation, the ought to be service will undermine or impede the process.
Honorable let's move on. Let me put the question. It's okay. So
it's practical.
Speaker, indulge me, Speaker, indulge me. Speaker, you see, we are enacting a provision or we are enacting a law to cover an area that is novel in our criminal jurisprudence. We are importing it into our criminal jurisprudence and practice. But let me say this, when you go to court and it becomes necessary for a process to be served on a party or someone, a third party who is not a party to the matter, the court will direct that the process be served on the person. It's a similar scenario at play here. So why is it not necessary for us to make provision for the process that circumstances will make it possible for the person to be served, for that to be provided? Let's make provision for service to be done on the person. Oh, he's accepted. Okay, then let's make progress. Let's make progress. So if AG has agreed, then that is all beautiful. Because no harm is caused if provision is made that the victim may be served. I thank you.
Anyway, Chairman, you want to also...
Hello, Mr. Speaker, from what the AGs have proposed, I agree to what my friend, the ranking member, has said, but it should be C on the victim of the crime where practicable. On the victim of the child is already at the opening. Is already. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, the danger with the phrase impracticable is that it may be subject to abuse. Yes, all that prosecution ought to say is that, my lord, it's not be practical for us to serve. That's all they ought to say. So it is not necessary for us to put the phrase impracticable. So once the victim is part of the process leading to the conclusion of the plea agreement, then the victim is around. The import of the law suggests that in concluding the plea agreement, the negotiations leading to conclusion, the victim is being consulted. Always practicable. So how can we say that if practicable, before entering to negotiations leading to conclusion, we are saying he ought to be consulted. As soon as conclusion is done, if practicable. No. So let's be fair in the provision that once the plea agreement is concluded and filed, a copy be served on the victim. If it's not practicable, let that fact be deposed to in court. But not the law made it possible that If practicable, serve. If not practicable, don't serve. In any case, that is why that is why we are provisioning for substitute service. Because if practicable is a matter of fact. If practicable, it's a matter of fact that you must depose to. So if it's not practicable to serve a party necessary to the action, it's a matter you must depose to before the court, for the court to make a determination.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Number one, I'm not aware of subsidy service in criminal matters. Yes. I haven't heard of that before. Number two, it keeps saying that there's no issue about impracticability. When the person is dead, murder is when the person is dead, gone, buried. How do you serve that person? It's not practical. So when we're talking about practicability, I mean, it's very clear. I mean, that particular phraseology, Mr. Speaker, doesn't cause any havoc. It doesn't cause any violence to the structure. They would all agree the person is always a party to the ongoing processes, the victim. So if in the end the person is there, and we've all agreed now that they need to serve the person, the person will be served when it's practicable. He is physically present, it is practicable. We're talking about the instance where naturally it is not practicable. Why are we splitting hair on this matter? No.
Mr. Speaker, when we speak of service of process, there's a possibility of impracticable service. So you have to go back to court and make that fact known to the court. Once it's about service, the doctrine of substitute service can come in, whether criminal or civil action. So for my brother senior to suggest that in criminal matters he is not aware that there's issue of substitute service, it's neither here nor there. We speak of service of a court process. You serve normally, but where conditions are such that you are unable to serve, the court will have other means of ordering service, and substitute service is one such means. Mr. Speaker, I have been here where, because some processes ought to be served on members of parliament, some people have gone to court to allege that it's been impracticable to serve members of parliament. Charge sheets have been posted on newspapers and other platforms. That is substitute service. So let no senior suggest that in criminal matters substitute service is not applicable. It is. I have seen it in this house. Charge sheets served on a member of parliament through substitute service. So law is about practice, practicalities. So I am humbly saying that let's do this, but not let us put in the law if practicable. Prosecution will abuse it. I thank you.
Yes, honorable member for South.
Abuaka South. Honorable Speaker, I was a bit surprised when my colleague, who is my engineer at the bar, said, has the amendment been accepted? And I was going to invite you that if he didn't know, that Attorney General and the chairman of the committee conceded that what my colleague was urging upon the House should be accepted, then he was intellectually sleeping. And I was going to invite you to sanction him. But now he's brought a matter that I think is very, very interesting for us to know. You see, this practicability has even got to do with the dead. So somebody has been murdered. Who is the victim of the crime? The one who is deceased and is in the grave. How do you sell somebody in the grave? That is why the word practical is elastic enough to take care of every scenario you want to talk about. So where service cannot be done, it will not be done. And where service should be done, it should be done. And even the scenario of substitute service is also captured in what is practical. So I don't know why I will be splitting hairs on these matters. Because in some of these scenarios, you can't sell somebody because the person is dead. The victim was shot dead. So how do you sell somebody in the grave? So, Honorable Speaker, it's eminently sensible that the word practical, is good for all purpose. And we should accept it and proceed.
Honorable member, your amendment has been more or less taken on board. So,
or complainant. So if the victim is dead, the complainant will be living. You understand? If it is a case of murder, the victim is dead and gone, but I will be a complainant to that particular action. It's a complainant.
Very well.
So you can serve the complainant. That's why it is victim or complainant.
Very well.
On this matter, Speaker, it is a submission that have been made by my friends here, with all respect, unnecessarily elevates the importance or the place of complainants or victims of crime in the prosecution of offense. Mr. Speaker, it is not every offense which is prosecuted on the basis of a complaint. The state ought not to receive a complaint even before prosecuting a crime of stealing. Indeed, there are many instances where complainants or victims of offenses negotiate privately with the perpetrators of the offense, and the state will still proceed. Mr. Speaker, therefore, to actually require, in the first place, that a complainant or a victim be served with the conclusion of a plea bargaining agreement, in itself even undermines criminal prosecution. Secondly, if indeed there ought to be a concession, which I have done, I think the best we can do is to say that where practicable, and if my friends would note, where practicable is limited to only the victim of the offense, in respect of the main parties to a criminal prosecution, the Republic and against the accused person, it is mandatory. It ought to be served under any circumstance at all. Mr. Speaker, I would say that by dint of the involvement of the victim or the complainant in the process of plea agreement, right from the commencement of negotiations up to the conclusion, indeed, even the requirement for service on the victim is not even necessary at all. The Speaker, my friends talk about service in criminal proceedings. That is for or in respect of accused persons, where an accused person is not available. There is no provision in any law in the Republic or indeed any part of the world where a victim is to be served with even a charge sheet. A charge sheet is not served on a victim, it's not served on the complainant. There is no provision in the laws of Ghana requiring any process at all in criminal proceedings to be served on a victim of an offense. I think, with all respect, this is the extent of concession that we can make, and I think the House also agrees. Thank you very much.
Very well. So, Chairman, you mentioned C, so let's see the rendition and.
Mr. Speaker, it was proposed that C served on the victim where applicable, where practicable, and I want to find out if there is consensus on that. If my friend agrees, then, Mr. Speaker, you can put a question on this. Thank you.
Honourable members, now let him put the question. Oh, so now it's part of the original amendment. So all those in favour of the amendment on cross 1 to stand as part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross 1 stands part of the bill. Shall we move to 22?
Mr. Speaker, item number 2 under 21, and that is to be moved by the ranking member, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and let me remind the House that I have moved the amendment, and it is for a question to be put, and it's well captured by the other paper. Proposed amendment, section 162Q, subsection 1, delete Mr. Speaker, I have argued, but for the benefit of those who might not be around, and in order to refresh our memories, if I may rehash the salient points. Mr. Speaker, Section 162Q subclause 3 stated clearly that for any offense that is punishable by death, plea bargaining agreement is not applicable. Mr. Speaker, this is in consonance with our laws and the practice, because if an offense is punishable by death and you plead guilty, the court is under obligation to enter a plea of not guilty. For instance, in a case of treason and high treason, as stated in the Constitution, is punishable by death. So even where you plead guilty, the court must enter a plea of not guilty. An offense of murder, if you plead guilty, practically the court will enter a plea of not guilty. So I agree perfectly with 162Q3 that for an offense punishable by death, a plea bargaining should not be applicable, because from the inception, the plea bargaining agreement would come into being only when the person charged with the offense plead guilty to the offense. If the person said, I am not guilty to the offense, you cannot invoke a plea bargaining agreement. So, exempting treason, high treason, and murder from plea bargaining agreement by 162Q3 is actually in consonance with the laws and the practicality in our courtroom. However, creating a exception for the other offenses, Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that it even defeats the very purpose for which this law is being made. Mr. Speaker, I said so because the memorandum which states the principle, the rationale, the purpose for which the law is seeking to achieve is clear that this particular bill, if passed into law, will lead to a reduction in case loads of the courts as well as the prosecutors. It will lead to saving the state time and money. It will avoid long and protracted trial. It will decongest our prisons. 5, it will give satisfaction of victims of the offense through compensation and restitution. Mr. Speaker, if you exempt the offense of robbery from plea bargaining agreement, how would a victim of robbery benefit from restitution as stated by the purpose of the bill? How would a victim of rape take the benefit of compensation? Mr. Speaker, that is why I am saying that the law that creates the exemption would defeat the purpose of the bill, for which reason the entire exemption created must be deleted, since clause 162(3)Q has already taken care of treason, high treason, and murder. There is no need creating exemption in this bill. Mr. Speaker, one of the purposes of this particular law is to enable the prosecution to even use one of the accused persons as a star witness in doing their prosecution. Offense like piracy, it occurs in the sea. So the plea bargaining will allow the prosecution to use one of the accused person as a star witness, but that person will not completely run away from being punished, but there will be a plea bargaining agreement leaning towards the minimum sentence that will be available for such particular person. So, Mr. Speaker, we will actually be defeating the purpose of the law if you allow this particular exemption to be carried out. And we will be denying some victims of a crime the benefits of a plea bargaining, which clearly we must not do. It is for this reason that I am humbly urging upon this House to support my amendment to delete clause 162Q subsection 1 from the bill. Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit for consideration of the House.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to oppose to this proposal. I oppose to the amendment, Mr. Speaker, because my 27 or 28 years at the bar, I have never seen any law on plea bargaining. This is the first time that a plea bargaining law is being introduced in Ghana. Already, a treason and high treason, as mentioned under 162Q1A, is a constitutional issue. And I believe that my friend will concede that we cannot do plea bargaining when it comes to treason or high treason. Besides that, my friend goes on to argue under 162Q3 that, and I quote, with respect, says, subject to the subsections 1 and 2, a person charged with an offense punishable by death shall not enter into a plea agreement to plead guilty to the offense punishable by death. And adds on that if it's a serious offense and the person pleads guilty, the judge is obliged to enter a plea of not guilty for the person. This is just affirming the fact that when it comes to these serious offenses, you cannot just do a plea bargaining. It's an agreement that all the theories that my friend is talking about, yes, we agree to them. But there are exceptions to the fact that these very offenses, and this is a policy matter that had been introduced by the learned Attorney General, that on these matters we are ready to pass a law which would actually discuss plea bargaining, but we are holding on to these very laws, and my friend would realize that all the offenses that have been stated are serious offenses like treason and high treason, rape, defilement, genocide, robbery, kidnapping, murder, attempted murder, abduction, piracy, hijacking, and offense related to public elections. With public elections, it is something that can turn the whole country upside down or destroy the whole country. So these are very serious offenses. And for a start, if we actually grant plea bargaining to all other offenses except these ones, I think that we are within the ambit of the law. So I actually oppose to the process that my friend is asking, that the exceptions be dropped. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable, you've already spoken a lot. Honorable, before I'll put question on his proposal. The time is past to please kindly indulge me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours. So, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have a little concern in respect of the offenses provided under 162Q, beginning with treason or high treason. Speaker, I have looked at Article 94 of the Constitution, 2C, and it cites high crime. High crime. And I was wondering why we have not included in that list high crime. The Speaker, Article 2 of the Constitution, 2.4, in relating to high crime under this Constitution, provides that in the case of high crime relating to the President or the Vice President, they shall constitute a ground for removal from office. We want to enter into plea bargaining on this. And I think that we should certainly find place for high crime in the offences provided for under 162Q.
Very well. Yes, Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the consideration by the House of this bill. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Clause 162Q is a very important part of the bill. Mr. Speaker, indeed, as was rightly stated by the Honorable Chairman of Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, this is the very first time plea bargaining arrangements are comprehensively being introduced into the criminal jurisprudence of the country. The Speaker, my fundamental point is that if indeed we are proceeding on this experiment for the first time as a nation, there's a need for us to tread cautiously. The Speaker, before the preparation of this bill, there was wide stakeholder consultations, and as I indicated to the House previously, the preponderance of views was to the effect that there ought to be exceptions to plea bargaining agreements, that prosecutors should not be given a free hand to negotiate plea bargaining agreements and for same to be adopted en bloc. The Speaker, respectfully, I share that view. I share the view that proceeding on the first experimentation of plea bargaining agreement, we ought to strike certain exceptions to plea bargaining negotiations. And those exceptions must be informed by strong policy considerations. In my view, the strong policy considerations are: one, the interest of the nation, and two, the revulsion of the public for certain offences. So, if the Speaker takes a look at Section 1, Clause 162Q, the Speaker will notice that they relate to certain classes of offences. These are very violent crimes, sexual offences, and offences that generally the nation abhors. That is why we included offences involving elections or related to public elections. The Speaker, indeed, I would not want to be the Attorney General who introduces plea bargaining into the country without any limitations at all, and which will generally be repulsive to the nation. We want the bill or the laws that we pass to be in step and in accord with the general views of the nation. Indeed, our study of plea bargaining agreements across the world revealed that even in various jurisdictions where the agreement is recognized by law, there are exceptions. And those exceptions reflect the generality of views in the relevant countries. So in India, Section 165A and 165B of the Code of Criminal Procedure prohibits plea bargaining agreements in relation to offences, as they describe it, affecting the socio-economic conditions of the country, as well as offences affecting women and children under the age of 13 years. In California, which is the United States of America, more liberal than any other state in any other country in the world, plea bargaining is prohibited in respect of gun offences and traffic offences. Again, Kenya prohibits plea bargaining in respect of sexual offences. The Speaker, my humble submission is that the House must take account of the repulsion and the revulsion that the entire nation feels for offences like armed robbery, kidnapping, murder, genocide, and what have you. Indeed, in respect of genocide and hijacking, these are actually even the subject matter of specific offences arising out of international treaties that the nation is a party to. And I think, with all respect, it is very much wise for the House to adopt these exceptions to plea bargaining agreements, especially as we are now proceeding on this experiment for the first time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, before I sit down, I'm very sorry. Indeed, the Honorable Leader of the House made a point, which I found to be very, very wise and appropriate. Indeed, he drew my attention to Article 2 of the Constitution, which actually creates high crime as an offense and prescribes a penalty for the commission of a high crime as 10 years. So prescribes a 10-year punishment, 10-year imprisonment for the commission of high crime. The Speaker, that's a constitutional offense. It's created by the Constitution, and I think that this House ought not to permit plea bargaining in respect of high crime. And therefore, I would respectfully associate myself with the submission of the Honorable Speaker that there ought to be an expansion of these classes to include high crime. Thank you very much.
Have you abandoned the? You haven't. Okay, let me. Yeah.
Speaker, I heard the learned AG's argument, and there's some wisdom in what he's saying. Yes, some. There's some wisdom in what he's saying, but in his own memo, particularly, it's not numbered. So if you look at page 1, the last paragraph on page 1 of the memo, we already have, if I may read with your leave, some form of plea bargaining already exists in our criminal justice system. Subsections 2 and 3 of section 239 of Act 30, for example, provide for some limited plea bargaining in respect of indictable offenses, which section 35 of the Courts Act 1993 Act 459 provides for plea bargaining in respect of offenses which result in economic loss, harm, or damage to the state or any agency of the state. So I want to draw the House attention to this, that by the current provisions, are we amending these existing provisions in these other laws? So we need to advert our mind to these provisions in these other laws to guide what we do today. I thank you.
Yes, Attorney General.
Speaker, just a quick response with your kind indulgence. Speaker, insofar as the offences that are within the ambit of Section 35 have not been prohibited or excluded from the application of the proposed plea bargain, it means that it applies and it still stands. So it means that plea bargaining is permitted in respect of those offences. It is only the offences that Section the kill covers, which are excluded. And then again, the same argument also goes for Section 239, subsections 2 and 3 of Act 30. So I do not think that, indeed, if there is any inconsistency, by virtue of this being a latter enactment, there will be an implied repeal of those provisions. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honourable members, let me put the question.
Very short, and leave it for posterity to be a judge. That sounds so derogatory and unparliamentary. Very uncultured. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I move the motion. So I believe that as the mover of the motion, I should begin the opportunity to conclude. So for a member to just shout behind instead of speaking into the microphone, that sit down, that sounds so unparliamentary. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, let's look at the practicality of it. If a victim of robbery, instead of being entitled for restitution, the accused person goes to court and pleads guilty, then in circumstances like that, there cannot be plea bargaining, but counsel for the accused person will plead to the court that the client has pleaded guilty, he has not wasted the time of the court, no protracted trial, so give me the minimum sentence. The same thing applies to other offenses. But what will happen to the victim of that particular crime is that the person will not be entitled to the benefit of the restitution through plea bargaining. Mr. Speaker, if this is what you want to do and deny some victims of a crime the benefit of plea bargaining, so be it. And I believe posterity will be the judge, and the Hansard would in future bear all of us out. I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Honourable members, the question, let me put the question on his amendment and we move on. Yes. Honourable members, the question is, all those in favour of the amendment proposed that subsection 1 of section 162K be deleted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, it's obvious, the ayes have it, the noes have it. Honourable members, the noes have it. Anyway, let him put the question again. I'm putting the question again. Honourable members, I'm putting the question again. No, it's obvious. All those in favour of the amendment proposed. Oh, honourable members, why? All those in favour of the amendment proposed that subsection 1 of section 162K be deleted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I saw the Minister for Justice voted, but shout out, you forgot yourself. You took part in the vote. He's not supposed to vote. He took part in the vote.
Anyway, so leader,
Mr. Speaker, for the record, the fact that the minister might have been observed opening his mouth does not mean that he participated in the voting. The minister who has been in the chamber all this while, indeed is tired and was sworn in. Mr. Speaker, it must be for the record. The minister never participated in the voting.
Mr. Speaker, I leave this one to the conscience of the minister and the two ministers.
Honourable members, it's obvious to all of us that the noes have it, so the amendment proposed is rejected. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I propose the last amendment that was initiated by the leader, and that would be to add M, letter M, and that is high crime. So it should be added to 162Q1, and this would be 1M. Mr. Speaker, I've been corrected that we should add high crime, and then we will take the drafting session would find the rightful place for it.
So how will the rendition be? Chairman, how will the rendition be?
I'm just proposing that we add high crime to the exceptions. To the exceptions. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the consideration is that high crime is also a constitutional issue, and treason is also a constitutional issue, but we'll leave it to the drafted to find a rightful place, but we want it to be added. And then the drafters would actually find a good place for it. So that's my proposal. That high treason be added.
High crime.
High crime. That is a constitutional issue. Thank you.
Yes, Sabdai. Sabdai, let's hear you.
Speaker, thank you. Given the copious background that have been given in the course of the consideration, I think that it would be prudent to add first-degree felonies, all first-degree felonies. I don't know if AG will be amenable, but given the background that they've given so far, I think that if you add all first-degree felonies, it will serve the purpose.
Honourable members, the question is, all those in favour of the amendment proposed on clause 162Q, sub clause 1, after paragraph L, to add M. We are adding M as high crime. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the amendment is to include high crime. As for its location, the draft persons will find the appropriate place for it.
Okay. Well. So,
Speaker, respectfully, I made a further proposed amendment. If the House is amenable, fine. But if the House is not, that we should include first-degree felonies, all first-degree felonies. If AG can respond, no. Okay.
So now, honourable members, we are adding high crime. So all those in favour of the proposed amendment to add high or include high crime, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes is obviously having it, and therefore high crime is added. Chairman. So now, can we hear the long title? Well, before then, let's deal with the entire course. Yes, honourable members, all those in favour of clause 162G as variously amended stand pass of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, clause 162G as variously amended stands part of the bill. Now the long title.
An act to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960, Act 30, to provide for plea bargaining in the administration of criminal justice and for related matters.
We come back to 162Q. To stand part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Now, 162Q as amended stand part of the bill. Now, let's hear the long title together, please, once again.
An act to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act, 1960, Act 30, to provide for plea bargaining in the administration of criminal justice and for related matters.
Honourable members, we've come to a close end of the consideration stage. Okay. Long title for consideration. Yes, then the question is, all those in favor of the long title say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title stands part of the bill. Now, I believe that brings us to the end of the consideration stage.
Speaker, can we deal with item listed as 22 on page 11? Page 11.
Very well. Honourable members, let me invite you to page 11, item 22, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Motion.
The Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I respectfully move that the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure 22. I respectfully move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed to the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved today. Thank you very much.
Very well. Chairman, you said. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and the motion has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Move to 23.
Speaker, item 23. Item 23.
Yes. Attorney General, may you take item 23.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I respectfully move that the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
The motion has been moved. Yes, the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. The question is, all those in favor of the motion?
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, member is up.
All those in favor of honourable members, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
You won't recognize me?
All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
I ask to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960 Act 30 to provide for plea bargaining in the administration of criminal justice and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2021 duly read the third time and passed. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, if we may go to page 6, motion number 13. Page 6, motion number 13.
Yes, let me hear.
Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet trying to catch your eye to challenge your ruling. Yes. The ruling that you are giving on the third reading, to challenge. Why? No, but you see, the rules are here to govern our actions. No, the rules are here to govern our. Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is fond of ordering the speakers all the time. Put the question.
Mr. Speaker, there is an obstruction.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to put it on record that the number of members in the chamber are not up to 138. We are not up to 138. I want to put that on record.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the circumstance, I move that the House adjourns.
We want to do business.
I thought you said you have no numbers. Now you are saying he has forgotten. I'm reminding him. You said we have no numbers. Now you are saying
Mr. Speaker, the deputy minority leader has made a statement which is inaccurate. At the time you put the question on the third reading, we had sufficient numbers in the chamber. Indeed, we did have sufficient numbers in the chamber. What statement that he has made, Mr. Speaker, that statement, I don't know where to situate it. As a matter of fact, we had the numbers when the question was put, and the decision was supported by appropriate numbers in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, there are many motions relating to the Public Accounts Committee. I will pray that at least we begin with the motions in the name of the Public Accounts Committee. If we begin and we're able to do at least one or two, then Tuesday when we come, we'll continue and get the rest of them out of the way. So I'll plead with the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee to begin his reign.
So now you have the number, so you can take it. Leader, Deputy Majority Leader, now you have the numbers, so you can take your motion.
Well, the members are tripping in, so. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move the motion, and now we can debate it. And if the number is not there, then we don't take the vote. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of District Assembly for the financial year ended 31st December 2018. Mr. Speaker, I read your report, the committee's report, and ask that the Hansard capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, I'll read few portions. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 1652 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, this report of the Auditor General was referred to the Public Accounts Committee for the committee to undertake its work and report to the House. Mr. Speaker, in undertaking this exercise, the committee received both oral and written submissions from the officials of the MMDAs inducted by the Auditor General. The status report on the findings and the implementation of the recommendation of the Auditor General was also presented to the committee by the officials of the Audit Service from the regional and district offices of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that a number of infractions uncovered by the Auditor General had been addressed by the assemblies prior to the appearance before the committee. At the time of the committee sitting, affected assemblies had either regularized the transactions or refunded the monies expended without due regard to the laid down regulations. A total amount of 28,386,771 Ghana cedis 40 pesos, or 95.61% out of the total infraction of 29,690,190 Ghana cedis was resolved, leaving a balance of 1,303,418 Ghana cedis, representing 4.39% unresolved. There's a table on page 9 of the report that shows the summary of the outstanding issues at the time of the committee sitting. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that 5 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies procured goods and services totaling 105,555 Ghana cedis without sourcing for alternative quotations from different sources, in contravention of Section 20 of the Public Procurement Amendment Act of 2016 at 914. The Auditor General, in addition to urging MMDA to ensure strict compliance with the Public Procurement Act, also recommended that the coordinating directors and the finance officers who supervise the transactions should be sanctioned in accordance with Section 51 of the Amended Act. The committee is of the view that most corruption in the public sector are procurement related, and that the state loses substantial resources through the breach of the procurement laws. The committee recommended that the officers who supervise the transactions in assembly should be sanctioned in accordance with the sanctions regime as stipulated in the Public Procurement Act to serve as deterrent to other public officers. In this regard, the committee recommends to the Attorney General to take frantic steps to prosecute the officers who supervise the procurement activities in these institutions in accordance with Section 51 of the Public Procurement Amendment Act of 2016 at 914. Mr. Speaker, the assemblies involved are 5: Bakwai Municipal. It's involved Sunafo South, Sunyani Municipal, Tano North Municipal, and Boku Municipal. Mr. Speaker, conclusion. That Auditor General's report, the committee deliberations revealed persistent weak internal control systems in many assemblies, resulting in failure of account officers to adhere to financial management rules and regulations. The committee recommends to the management of MMDAs to implement all the recommendations captured in the Auditor General's report and the committee's report, and report to Parliament in accordance with Section 88 of the Public Financial Management Act of 2016 at 921. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, on the districts of the districts assembly, accounts of district assemblies for the year ended 31st December 2018, with its recommendations in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, honourable member from Praeso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I write to second the motion for this House to adopt the Public Accounts Committee's report of the Auditor General's report on the accounts of district assemblies for the financial year ended 31st December 2018. Mr. Speaker, referring you to page 3 of the report, our work took us around the country. In fact, as the Auditor General, in his pursuit of his mandate under Article 1872 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 84 of the Public Financial Management Act, the Audit Service audited the accounts of 240 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies for the financial year ended. Yes, Speaker, 12 assemblies were unable to submit their financial statements by the statutory deadline of 28 February 2018. The Speaker, from the Auditor General's report, it identified extensive weaknesses and deficiencies in the internal controls in the operations of the Assembly. The Speaker, this the Auditor General attributes to the pervasive infractions to the failure of the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization to implement the admonitions and recommendations in the previous report of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, I'm using this opportunity to urge the Ministry to always pay critical attention to the reports of the Auditor General and ensure that the recommendations of the Auditor General are adhered to. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the audit, what is intriguing for me, especially in the financial irregularities as captured, has to do with the cash irregularity. Mr. Speaker, 88.77% of the irregularities borders on handling of cash. And for me, I think it is something that we quickly must look at and try to arrest. I mean, if handling of monies would lead to infractions, it's important that we come together as a body and recommend same to the Ministry of Finance and also to the local government ministry to find innovative ways where people will not be handling money so that they are found on the wrong side of the law. Mr. Speaker, however, what is interesting is that in most of our rounds, anytime people hear that Public Accounts Committee is coming to their area, is coming to their district, they run to pay monies back into government chest. And it's quite worrying. Probably the time has come that we sanction people who fail, who deliberately fail to follow laid down procedures. I think that would go a long way to help protect the public purse. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion as tabled by my able chairman. Thank you very much.
Yes, honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, honourable member for Ho Central. But please keep your comments very brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the motion tabled by the Deputy Leader, Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. I just want to restrict myself to the inability of our structures to pin down people who cause infractions to the law. Reference has been made to the Minister for Local Government for his or the ministry's inability to pursue the recommendations made. But in the same Public Financial Management Act, from sections 85 to about 88, there is a provision for audit committees of all these institutions. All public institutions are supposed to have audit committees which are expected to see to the implementation of all these recommendations. The audit committee is not limited to only external auditors' report, but also internal auditors' report. And the reports show clearly that there are weaknesses in the system of operations and financial reporting. So if the audit committees of the various institutions can also live up to their expectations by seeing to it that the external auditors' reports are implemented, the public accounts recommendations are implemented, directives by the by Parliament are implemented, and also internal audit unit reports are implemented strictly to the letter. I'm sure that some of these practices, which cause a lot of financial problems in our MMDAs and other institutions, will be kept to a large extent. I therefore suggest that more stringent work be done by the audit committees for these MMDAs and other institutions within the public system, so that we can curb corruption in our public sector. I thank you.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Minister for Local Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given me to contribute to the debate. Mr. Speaker, the issue of audit infractions that has always been reporting in the media houses and all that, to the extent that it tends to castigate the Ministry of Local Government and, of course, the MMDs, is very worrisome. And the Honorable Minister has taken a great exception to that. And we realize that most of the systems that normally accrue or we regard as infractions are not necessarily as a result of the faults of the municipal assembly. For example, we have a situation where assemblies procure, let's say, a public facility like police stations, and they put up all the facilities. And then, for some reasons or faults out of beyond their control, they are not able to operationalize it. And then the audit people will just go and then look at the whole cost of it, and then, let's say, if it's cost around 650,000 for want of use for, let's say, 5 months, they'll take it as an infraction. I think that is also an issue we need to look at, the financial reporting systems and all that. And because of that, the minister has also taken a cursory look at it, and we are organizing intensive capacity building for the MMEs, the audit, as well as the audit service, for them to also understand and appreciate the situation, so that at least their reporting system will also be streamlined, be able to help reduce some of the issues they classified as infractions. Mr. Speaker, it is true that some of the work that comes out as infractions relates to the core functions, the core mandates of the assemblies. For example, the coordinating directors, and the finance office of themselves. Therefore, we're beginning to think that the sanctions should relate to their performance appraisal system, such that if you create an infraction in offensive of this assembly, and then you are transferred to, let's say, Go South, that infractions should also be linked to you in terms of the performance appraisals and all that. And then we are embarking on a serious sensitization programs, bringing this to the attention of the MND, so that they also appreciate that if you don't do things right, and then it creates an infraction, you not just go free because you have been transferred from a municipal assembly, one municipal assembly to all that. And I think that when this capacity training goes on, and then the audit service themselves are brought to appreciate what goes into it, then the tendency is that all these infractions will be minimal. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, Angelina.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add some words or few words to what has been put in the report. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion of the committee, I want to read just a paragraph to you. It says, the committee's deliberation revealed persistent weak internal control systems in many assemblies, resulting in the failure of accounts officers to adhere to the financial management rules and regulations. Mr. Speaker, the assembly, or every assembly in this country, has the internal audit unit. And so for them to do their work effectively and efficiently, they need to work with the DCs or the management team of the district assembly. Before the external auditors come, it is the internal auditors' report they work with. So why are they not able to work on all the infractions before the internal auditors come? For them to wait till maybe last minute before they pay the monies or they correct the infractions because Public Accounts Committee will be sitting on the issues. I think we need a committee or a system between the external auditors and the internal auditors to work with the management of the assemblies to be able to do the right things. A lot of money is being lost in some of their dealings at the assembly level, and that must be prevented because the assembly is supposed to take care of the needs of the constituency or the district. So if they end up spending the money on budgeted expenditures, it will affect the performance of the assembly, and then they will not be able to do anything tangible to give a little bit of relief to the constituents. So, Right Honourable Speaker, we need to take this report seriously. We need the public accounts to also work with the internal auditors. At the public accounts meeting, we always have the external auditors. They should invite the internal auditors also to be with them, to really go into details to tell us what they have done and whether they have really done it, but not rely on the external auditors who say, oh, it's been cleared. Whether it's been cleared or not, we do not know. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, lastly, let me come to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, mine is to thank the Public Accounts Committee for the work they are doing. When you look at the report and you look at the rate of recovery, it is very encouraging. When you check page 8, page 9, page 10, and you look at the status of implementation of the Auditor General's recommendation, I mean, it is good to know that the work that the public account is doing is yielding very good fruits. When you look at page 9 and you look at how the percentage of infractions that have been resolved, it is very encouraging. Mr. Speaker, cash irregularities that were cited was to the tune of 29.6 million Ghana cedis. Before they met the Public Accounts Committee, they had resolved 95.61% of the problem, meaning that they had resolved 28.3 million of these irregularities. Again, when you look at unsupported payments, it was to the tune of 2.18 million. Before they met the Public Accounts Committee, they had resolved close to 2.1 million Ghana cedis. Clearly, it tells us that if the committees of parliament are given the needed funding, they will do a good job. And I'm also happy that government is strengthening the arms of the Internal Audit Agency to assist the assemblies at that level so that it will also reduce the infractions that the Auditor General cites when they come for audit. What I want to urge the assemblies is that they should give the auditors the needed support when they come there to audit. But some of the things, if they attend to the auditors as they are supposed to do, certain infractions wouldn't even be cited here. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to thank the Public Accounts Committee and also the Auditor General for the work they are doing in strengthening our public financial management systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of Okay, let me listen to you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you on this occasion for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we are considering the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the Auditor General's report. A very important exercise for that matter. Mr. Speaker, I would have wished that in debating this particular report, we have the numbers to be able to actually debate the report. The report has been debated. We do not have the number. And Mr. Speaker, we are going to take a decision with less than 40 people in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, this is Parliament of Ghana. We have taken an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and we must not appear to be protecting the Constitution of Ghana, but we must actually be seen to be holding up to the tenet of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we cannot take a decision with the number of members of Parliament that we have currently. Mr. Speaker, according to the Supreme Court, it will clearly be an illegality. And why do we continue to be doing the illegality? Mr. Speaker, I beg, we need to respect the Constitution, and we can only take a decision when we have the constitutionally required number to take the decision. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Speaker, if I may be heard on this matter. Speaker, I see that my brother feels strongly about this. I think that we've debated the motion. We can defer to a day that we have requisite numbers to take the decision. So, we are entirely in your hands.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, before the chairman of the committee commenced the motion, he gave a firm indication, and I was with him, that he sees members trooping in. And I still see members trooping in. Mr. Speaker, so I think we can proceed on a very good path. If you like, because members are still trooping in their numbers, the Speaker, maybe we can go to the second motion.
So it means we will not put the question, but move to motion number 14. So, Chairman, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana pre-university educational institutions for the year ended 31st December 2018. In so doing, I present the committee's report. Again, I ask that the Hansa capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I read few areas. Mr. Speaker, this report was laid in the House by the Majority Chief Whip on behalf of the Majority Leader and referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report. The committee, for the purpose of this, the purpose of the Auditor General to do the audit is to express his opinion on whether the financial statement of the pre-university educational institutions and the colleges of education give a true and fair reflection of their financial positions and whether expenditures were made in line with existing public financial management legislations. The method used by the committee is that representatives of the pre-university educational institutions cited in the report appeared before the committee, and where necessary, officers who supervise the infractions identified by the Auditor General were also there. Now, the whole country was put into 4 zones, and then the meetings were held on zonal basis. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that most of the institutions had complied with the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. It was observed that out of a total irregularity amounting to 12.7 million recorded in the 2018 audit report, an amount of 6.4 million, representing 51.7% of the total irregularity recorded, had been resolved, leaving an amount of 6.2 million, representing 49.3% unresolved. The unresolved irregularities included procurement-related irregularity amounting to 4.9 million, which are recommended for prosecution by the Attorney General. The committee further noted that the resolution of the irregularities involved direct cash refunds, presentation of supporting documents to authenticate payments, and general compliance with the financial management rules and the regulations as recommended by the Auditor General. So, Mr. Speaker, from page 8 of the report, The committee's observations and recommendations are captured for the unresolved portion of the infractions. So, Speaker, the uncompetitive nature of the purchases of the pre-tertiary educational institutions was noted by the committee that 48 schools procure goods and services totaling 4.9 million without sourcing for alternative quotations from different sources in contravention of Section 20 of the Public Procurement Amendment Act of 2016. The committee observed from the reviews that the state loses substantial resources, mostly through procurement breaches in the public sector. The committee recommends that the officers who supervise the transactions of the schools should be sanctioned in accordance with the law. The list of institutions is attached as an appendix to the report. So, if you see the appendix, the names of the schools are there, 48 schools. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. The committee was of the considered view that the observations and recommendations of the Auditor General fairly represented the financial transactions that took place in the pre-university educational institutions in the year 2018. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2018 with its recommendations in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member from Praiso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for this House to adopt the Public Accounts Committee's report on pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2018. Mr. Speaker, referring to the report of the committee and taking this House to page 4, we realize that the findings of the Auditor General in his report relate to some cash irregularities, procurement and stores irregularities, tax irregularities, payroll irregularities, and contract irregularities. However, Mr. Speaker, the overall impact of the irregularities amounted to some 12,748,241.13 Ghana cedis, as compared to 28,492,007.73 in 2018. Mr. Speaker, clearly, you will see that there's a decrease from 28 million in 2017 to 12 million as recorded in 2018, representing some 55.26% decrease. And we have provided the details in page 5, 6, and 7. But Mr. Speaker, it tells you that the work done by this committee clearly is yielding results. I mean, day in, day out, we see improvement in how some of these irregularities happen, and I think that I would want to side with the Deputy Minister for Finance for recommendations to the committee. I think it's important. We appreciate that. But Mr. Speaker, what is interesting is that if you look at Table 1, the analysis of 2017 and 2018 irregularities, you realize that cash irregularities decreased by some 2.97%, whereas contract irregularities decreased by 91.37%. It tells you we need to do more in the handling of cash in our public institutions. Clearly, the laws are working, and that is why you see a major decrease from 13.9382.04 million in 2017 to some 1,202,000 in 2018. Mr. Speaker, I would want to refer the committee to paragraph 8.41, which talks about falsified VAT invoices issued
Are you referring the committee or the House?
The House. I want to refer the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to refer the House to paragraph 8.41, which talks about falsified VAT invoices issued to the tune of about 13,959.73. Mr. Speaker, two schools, Laboni Senior High School and the Presby Senior High Schools, Osu, paid some 243,659.57 with a total VAT component of 13,959 for the supply of goods and services from suppliers who issued fake VAT invoices and quoted false taxpayers' identification numbers. The Speaker, the Auditor General recommended the recovery of the amounts. However, our committee knows that, though all the amount has been recovered, it is important for us to sanction in accordance with Section 58 of the VAT Act these individuals or these suppliers so that it serves as a deterrent for others who would want to take advantage of and issue false receipts and all of that. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I rise to second the motion as ably tabled by my effective chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member for Sabdai.
Speaker, thank you for the chance to add my voice for the adoption of this report. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the committee, I am of the humble view that beyond the scrutiny of the annual reports, making findings, making recommendations to the House, and for subsequent adoption, we need to take further steps. How do I mean? For instance, for the first time, we are referring out of the many schools that were cited in the 2018 report for various infractions, we are referring as many as 48 schools for prosecution by the Attorney General.
Right there.
It's an all-new season of Moons and Cuddles with Paula Amabroni. I am thrilled to be doing this with you in 2022. It only gets better, entertaining and educative. To all our teaming viewers who have been holding us down all these years, we say thank you. Our mantra for this season is positive vibes only. Yes, I repeat, positive vibes only. We're going to take our marriages and relationship to higher heights. As I love to put it, gonna spice things up. So if you're ready, let's get started. Welcome back. You're watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. To kickstart this season, we're going to look at something very interesting. Yes, love and football. So we're just going to discuss how our difference in orientation bonds us. So on me, was seated on my couch is Hussein Hassan. He goes by HH. As he loves to call himself HH. Later we'll speak on, get to know why HH. He is a football enthusiast and a former TV presenter. He said he left us in the job. And the lady, Nashlade is an administrator and also a football enthusiast. Nashlade, I know you're a Barca fan, right?
Yes, I am.
Die hard.
Of course.
And HH, United forever.
Manchester United.
Okay.
Yeah.
Arsenal fans, later we'll talk about you.
Oh.
Alright, so we're just looking at love and football, just the discussion. I've heard a lot of stories. With me, I love football. And my confession is that I don't think I can do a man who got no interest in football? Like, no, because at least I just want us to connect on a certain level. So, HH, I just want to find out, should your partner always support the team that you love?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
And she shouldn't even be a football fan necessarily. You know, I think there are a lot more levels I can connect with my partner other than just football.
Okay.
You know, I'm looking at it from the bigger picture. And I mean, I dated someone who once told me she's a Manchester United fan, and the relationship lasted for like a year and some months, and I don't remember us even talking about Manchester United.
Really? Why didn't you get her jersey or customize with her name?
No, I got her once. I mean, I remember there was a problem, and you know how we guys sometimes apologize.
Okay.
You don't really like to say it, but you find ways of apologizing. Yeah, so I remember I got a Manchester United jersey, but for some reason we didn't discuss. We discussed a lot more other things, but later I realized maybe it was just one of those things to.
You know, sometimes women we are not die-hard fans, so it's just we are supporting because our man is supporting.
Yeah, probably. Maybe it was just one of those lines to grab my attention or something.
She won with that. I must tell you. But then what happened on match days where you guys both watched it? Because I know men love their football, so they're going to make time to watch.
No, she didn't. She didn't make time for football.
Okay.
So I watched my football alone.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Once a while she goes like, so what's the score? I'm like, oh yeah, I mean Manchester United 1-1. Yeah, I hope the goat scored. I'm like, yeah. But that was just it. I mean,
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right, sure. So naturally, yes. I just want to find out, is it more interested when you both support the same team? Like, how's the feeling like? Maybe based on your personal experience.
My personal experience.
Yeah.
For me, I wouldn't want my partner to support the same team.
So different teams.
Yes, different
that
teams.
Comes with the vibe.
Exactly.
Why so? Like if
we support the same team and something go wrong with my team, who am I going to throw? Who is he going to throw? I'm more for the throw, okay?
Okay.
So I want him to support different team while I support my team. So on a match day, that is where the crash will be.
Okay.
On a match day, because if my team is playing and his team is playing, what are we going to watch? Which one? Mine or his? Do you get it? But in all, maybe I have to sacrifice or he has to sacrifice. At the end of the day, whichever way it goes, if my team loses or his team loses, if his team win or my team lose, then we control each other. Okay. Other than that, the house will be so boring.
So have you had experience maybe in your relationship life where you've had someone who you clicked with on the football level?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
You click so much. I always go for guys who are more of football fans. Because I said to myself, I can't do without football. That's one thing.
You don't want a situation where it looks like you're talking something different, you're talking football, and with differences to sometimes it matters. So, okay, with me, I was with Chelsea when I was in senior high school. And then when I started dating, the guy was a United fan. So quickly, I switched from Chelsea. I pledged my allegiance to And then along the way, I met a Madrid star. Yeah, then I moved. I started supporting Madrid. With me, it has been shaky, but now I'm an Arsenal fan.
I see. So the person you are with currently is an Arsenal fan. No, you're giving yourself away. You're giving yourself away. You're giving yourself away.
No, it's not always about
but
that.
I mean, I think it is something. It is something with a lot of ladies.
Yeah.
When they are with a guy, they tend to support the team that or follow the team that the guy supports, and I think it's natural. I mean,
all right. Okay, so this one is for you. Is it normal for a man not to have any love for any type of sport? Like, it's just a no-no.
It's one of the weirdest things for me as a guy.
Okay.
You know, that I have a friend, and I think he's one of my closest friends, Timothy. He goes to the gym, works out and everything, but guy just doesn't love anything sports. Nothing sports.
Weird.
You know, it's weird. And you know, they say
Not him, the blasters. He doesn't love them.
nothing. Absolutely nothing. You know, they say guys who don't love football are into women or are into alcohol.
Really?
You know, but this guy is not into sports, not really into women, and doesn't do alcohol.
Shout out to Timothy, right? That's interesting. Yeah,
but I mean,
okay
he's a friend we connect with on I connect with on so many levels, but for football, you know, and that's why I say, I mean, personally, I would deal very well, and I've dated women who are not in sports at all, and you know, yeah, it hasn't been bad.
So it's you shouldn't, you know, have any problem when you find a man who has absolutely no football, maybe soccer, basketball, whatever. He doesn't have any interest in any type of sport.
I think you should have you may have a connection that is not necessarily football.
Yeah.
Okay, and if I have a connection with someone that is not necessarily football and it goes well, I think I would I can do with that.
Right.
You know, I can do with that.
So with Nash, I know with women, so the recently held AFCON, I was so much into it and everybody was asking, what's up with you and the Black Stars? I have a history. My dad supported Kotoko. Like, he was a die-hard fan. We used to go to Daewoo to watch their matches when they come to the Eastern region. And he one time promised me that he was going to take me to AFCON. But that never happened because he passed on.
Okay,
sorry.
Yeah. So with me, I connect with the Black Stars. Even when people say, oh, they've disappointed you and all that, I still want... When we were kicked out of the AFCON, I cried. I cried my heart out because I was so disappointed because people told me, don't put your trust in the Black Stars. But with that, we'll discuss it another day. So with you, Nash, a woman who is so much into football, dedicated, a die-hard Barca fan, do you have men looking at you some way or women looking at you like, but I thought it's a man's thing?
Of course, yes. I have a lot of friends, both success. Like, why are you so crazy about football? What is it about football? I tell them, if you understand, you will love the game.
For the love of the game.
I have friends who are into it. They come together, we watch. Others who are not into it, they be like, when it's football time, don't call my phone. When it comes to me, you have to pack yourself somewhere because it's football time. So they call me like football B, kind of. A woman who is so much into football, like, what is it? Okay. Yeah. So sometimes it's just crazy that you find friends who are opposite you, but that is nature. You can't force anybody to love what you want. So I just ignore them sometimes. But for my football, when it comes to me and it's game time, my friend, no attention for you.
So how do you create a bond with a partner? So maybe if you find a man that I don't really want to put it whether he loves football or not.
Okay.
How do you create that bond? How do you use, football to, spice things up?
Yeah, sometimes it's about your conviction power. You should be able to convince your partner to love what you also love, or at least have a little interest in it. With that, you can bond. But here the case, if he doesn't like anything about football, it will really disturb him, but that is going to be a lot of work on my side to do. It's game time. What do? I need to sit him down, tell him how football is interesting. It will all depend on me. If I can't convince him, he won't join me. And there will be always conflict in the house because it's football time and my attention all is on football and then not with him. So if I want him to join me, then I should be able to convince him to love the game. Yeah.
All right. So they say when it comes to love, you have to compromise. Here lies a situation, you're a football enthusiast and then you have a partner who is 0-0. So on that level, how would you convince them? And if the convincing is not going well, do you say, I'm going to race it all for love, so let's just abort mission and, cut down on the whole craze. It's match day. Now, betting is part of it, but then we'll go talk about that later. How do you do it? Do you let yourself go or drop the love for the football just to please your partner who doesn't have any interest at all?
Well, I mean, if I want to watch my football, I mean, I would watch it alone. If she's got interest in wanting to join me, watch, fine. But I am not really the kind of person who would like to convert my partner
what you
into an overnight football freak.
Something that would break your heart.
I mean, into an overnight football freak. I wouldn't do that. But if she wants to join me watch, I mean, for the sake of it, or because I am watching, I mean, that's fine. But I think I would rather focus on other areas, other areas that I think we click or we gel more than if it's sports.
All right. So before this conversation, I had a little chat with some women, and then they told me that, Paula, sometimes you meet a man and he's so dedicated for football. It's time to, make time for me, and then it's all about that. We complain. Fine, we're not saying we should stop it, but then can you find the balance? So, HH, what would your advice be to men who overdo the thing? It's like, it's in their DNA, as they like to put it. It runs through their veins. There's nothing that... So when it's football time, like my lady, can you take your seat back? Like, how? But when after the 90 minutes you want to gel with me, you want to talk with me, go back to the coach or something else. I'm not doing it.
No, I mean, there's a way to there's a way to do it. There's a way to convince the woman that, okay, this is the time. When it's Champions League final,
you don't
for example, I mean, I cannot leave. I mean, so you've got to understand.
So what if we have Champions League night, the final is our anniversary? What are you going to do?
I may have to compromise.
Honest question. Honest response.
Listen, I may have to compromise or do something ahead of that anniversary to take your mind ahead of that Champions League final, to take your mind off.
Okay, I knew it.
Something, right?
I'm not allowed to football.
Or maybe I would get you some gifts that I mean, just to make up for that.
Okay, women, they are right.
But
he's trying to tell you come up with a plan. There's always a replay.
There's always a replay, but
no,
I mean, it's not the
compare
same.
To the main game.
It's not the same. I remember the famous BBC sports presenter, Russell Fuller, had an anniversary on the night of the UEFA Champions League final between Manchester United and Chelsea.
Okay. 2008. I know what he did.
What? The woman dragged him out. I mean, even before the final, he said himself that his wife says she wasn't going to compromise.
We are not going to do that.
And so he didn't watch the final. He had to take the woman out.
It's so hurting.
So, I mean, there are points where you'd have to compromise, you can, because especially with you women, it becomes a bigger case later.
Like you choose
for reference
over me.
Exactly.
Who does that?
For reference. So sometimes for the sake of peace,
you just have to compromise.
For the sake of peace, you just have to compromise.
Compromise.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe someone watching us at home in their offices anywhere, they will say, okay, fine, I have an issue with my partner. They always get agitated when I talk football and all. At the end of this conversation, we're just going to create a platform where people who have issues, these petty things that we could solve in marriages and relationships. So when they watch, okay, fine, this is the tip that HH gave, Nash gave. So Nash, if you have a partner who is always agitated, how do you go about it? Because there are some men, with me, when I started talking football, they're like, it is not like they are shaming you, but you were like, oh, you get your heart don't even enter into it. But who said we don't have the heart to watch football and take all the disappointment? As I stated, I'm an Arsenal fan. What do you think?
You have a strong heart.
But now we are better now. Now we are a better side. Yeah,
really?
So on the back of that question, what would your advice be?
Like
the convincing, dealing with a partner like that.
Yeah,
because see, we can't always have it like she's always thinking I'm choosing football over here. In that case, in that scenario, what is the best thing to do?
See, football is how many minutes? 90 minutes.
90.
And we'll be staying together for long. So 90 minutes, I don't think will take anything away from us. So for me, I just want you to understand me. Okay, understand me. This is a game I love. You have interest also in something. If it is your day or your time, I'll compromise. Okay, I'll support you to watch your game or whatever interest you have. I'll support you. So 90 minutes wouldn't take anything away from our love life. So it just depends, like, you should be able to understand your partner. This is what he likes. This is what she likes. Okay, with the understanding power, I think nothing will go wrong. After 90 minutes, I'm all yours. So why are you struggling over what?
Do you agree with?
Yeah, I think I agree with her.
It should be more understanding.
Yeah, it is more a case of understanding. You know, but I mean, personally, experience has also taught me over the years that you know, women can use their power to bully you around.
How? Explain further.
There's no point to explain. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, women have, women have the convincing power if they want to. So experience have taught me over the years that, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, you do what's best for peace, you know, for peace to prevail. So if she wants me to forego the football and I am unable to convince her about my football, I follow.
She wins. Yeah. But I've been caught up in a situation where I wanted to watch a movie.
Okay.
And then it was match day.
You see?
Charlie, that experience is bad. Then you are forced to watch.
Yeah.
I told you I have a lot for football, but then not when you really want to watch something and then you have to watch football. Maybe it's not my time.
That is like, your stronghold of maybe your interest, not the football. Because me, whatever movie it is, if it is football, forget it. I'll go for football.
No, so maybe you get two decoders, right? You have one in the hall and one in the bedroom. Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean that's worked for some people.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Yeah. Now remember that Moons and Cuddles is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get a small size pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis and at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of our midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with our special jollof and fried rice from all our branches every Friday. Call the number 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Moons and Cuddles continues.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
You're welcome back from that quick break. You're still watching Moons and Cuddles with me, Paula Amabroni. I have on my couch HH and Nashley. They are all football enthusiasts. Before we went on that break, we were talking about the differences and stuff like that. But then straightforward to you, HH. How can football strengthen the bond between lovers? If there is, like the love of the game, how can it help a relationship grow and the connection?
But I think for every relationship, it's best when you identify something that, you know, that brings you together, something that's a common interest. Sure. You know, I am a fitness freak. I train a lot. I jog a lot. I do a lot of aerobics. You know, and so I'd love that I have a partner who loves fitness, you know, just as I do. So that's one thing that can bond two people. I don't believe in trying to convince your partner to become a football freak. You know, if you meet someone that is a football, who loves football or is a football enthusiast, I mean, that's a plus. But personally, I don't necessarily look out for a lady who's, I mean, we're in Ghana, you don't have too many ladies be in football. So if you're going to follow that, then probably you're not going to be in a relationship, or you're not going to, you know, so.
All right. But then some will say that where you can never connect, there will be differences. So whether football, religion, politics, people still find their balance. They don't let that hold them back. So Nash, in a situation where you and your partner, it's just like these people are rivals, but then that's what your partner supports. Like maybe in Ghana, maybe politics, MPP and NDC. You might talk, but then when you come, it's like you are couples. Like we put that behind. So with that, so how do you find your balance?
Like I said earlier on, okay, it's all about the understanding power. If you both understand this is your partner's interest, it won't trouble you in any way. Like I love football, he doesn't. He loves politics or something else. I wouldn't let that bother me so much. So I'll just have to compromise with him at that particular time. Because at the end of the day, we are coming back together to the house, or we are coming back. So why do we have to fight over this? So at least if you are able to convince me to agree with you, fine. But if I'm not able to convince you, or you are not able to convince me, let me be. I'll be at my somewhere. When you finish yours, that's it. We come back together again. I wouldn't let that bring any form of grudge between us. Not at all, I wouldn't. Right. So you just have to understand each other, and that's all. You flow.
But what are some of the weird comments you've heard from people because you're a football enthusiast? With me, I like, but you don't take part of their winning bonus. It's a whole lot, like funny things.
Yeah, like, I understand.
That's an example, but to you, personal experience, what are some of the funny, bad comments you've ever received?
Me? I remember when Liverpool beat us. You remember that? I think, what was that? 3 years ago when we were beating 4-0.
Yeah.
I wept. I was actually at church, but my concentration all was on the game. So I couldn't capture anything that was going on at church. Even my pastor was able to detect that my mind was not in church. So I go home and I couldn't go to work for 3 days.
3 days?
I was sick.
Charlie,
you can imagine leading 3-0.
I see.
And then you come back to 4-0.
Heartbreak.
Serious. I was sick. I went off social media and anything like that would bring my mind on that. I went off. So friends calling were like, people like my colleagues in the office were like, you are not at work. And I say, I'm not feeling well. So we know it's because of the game. So what? Come to us. I cannot concentrate. So they were like, but what do you get from it? I said, you don't know. That is where my interest is to allow me. You don't take part of their bonuses and all that. I say, it doesn't matter. This is what I love. And my heart is in it. So like, you cry. What kind of lady are you? You haven't seen your child before. You don't even play the game. So what's your... I'm like, no problem. That is what I love. Allow me. And that's it.
We love that. for a woman who knows what she wants and not what people think.
Yeah,
or what,
I only want you to intimidate me
as
as
a regular
well.
lady, you should. It's okay. But then one thing that really interests me is the trolling on bad days. Like, you're not gonna. Like, there is only AFCON. I didn't have when Ghana was up because I was campaigning for the Black Stars. I was like, they're going to break the 40.
Nah,
They're
you got it wrong.
Can you imagine?
You got it wrong.
But you told the Black Stars is not a team. We told you not to put your trust in them. So, AJ, how do you keep your composure when everybody seems to be trolling you? So you don't lose your cool. Because, Charlie, once your heart is in it, you might say something that might be offensive. Yeah. Then later is, I'm sorry about it. So how do you keep a composure?
It depends. I mean, personally, I psych myself, you know, going into, especially these days with Manchester United, going into every game. I know that, I mean, yeah, we could win, we could lose, we could draw. Yeah. You know, so I psych myself. I mean, that's my way of dealing with the disappointment, a potential disappointment. So when we lose, I mean, I am I'm always psyched, you know. Yeah, so yeah, so I have withdrawn emotions, you know, from watching Manchester United. Yeah.
Nash, I don't know if because you're a football enthusiast, you might not be able to relate, but women say men don't like watching football with them. I spoke to a guy who was like, the question is too much. I come to ask, why did they give you red card? Why, which team is playing? Like, they said the question is just too much. So to get their full concentration, they don't like to watch football with a woman who got zero knowledge about the game. Yeah. HH, why is that so?
When you are watching football, you want to have the maximum concentration. Of course. Okay. You know, especially if it's a big game, if it's a game you're looking forward to. You know, I mean, I don't want to be watching the Champions League final and be answering so many questions. Oh, come on. You know, and sometimes it can be boring. You know, it can get, I mean, who is this player? Who's that player? You know, yeah. I want to have that maximum concentration. So, you know, I mean, any other questions you've got, you can pen them down after the game. You can ask the questions and I'll answer them. But whilst the game is going on, I need the maximum concentration to watch the game.
So we can pen down our questions and maybe the first half we can...
Yeah, maybe half time you can ask the questions and I'll answer.
Ladies, so you heard from the reason why men don't love watching football with you is the questions. They need full concentration for the 90 minutes. So if you've got any questions, just ask your lecturer will tell you, pen them down after lesson. You can ask me. Actually, but hey, Nash, have you ever had an experience like that? Maybe watching a football with, not maybe a man, but a sibling, and then the questions just keep on coming from all angles.
Fortunately, all my siblings love football. Okay, except my little sister. I can't even identify her interest.
Okay.
So during the game, she'll be asking, so this one, what about it? I say, hey, sis, pack yourself, because you have no knowledge about the game. So you're coming to disturb me. You know, don't disturb me. But on the larger ground, I think most of my friends and then my siblings love football. So I haven't encountered that situation where I got to explain myself about red cards, about offside, about no.
Why are they taking a corner?
Yeah.
Because I see a lot of women debate like red card. No, this one is
it's not red card, but they don't know what happened.
You know what's going on makes a red card. Please lower your voice. Well, man, I don't know if you've met a man who is crazy about PS. I don't understand the craze about PS5. Please explain with details and diagrams. Like, why is everyone crazy? Because I witnessed a wedding where the bride gifted
the groom.
And come and see all the men there. It was like they found a treasure.
Yeah.
Why is it a big deal?
I know the funny thing about it also is that you have guys who are not into football, who are into PS. You know, so personally, I'm not really a PS person. Yeah. I mean, I would play when I am with friends who play, but I don't go crazy about it.
I still don't get it. Like, how? Everybody, because when it was released freshly, every guy was like, see, we don't like the singlets, we don't like the
we want the PS,
people coming like this year, surprise us with PS5. I don't get it. Maybe I need a PS5 lover to explain things further to me. Yeah, we've been discussing love and football, and I've been on the couch with Hussein, Hassan, and Nashlid. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back to Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. So I have here in my hand the mystery box. Yes, for this all new season, we've introduced the mystery box where my guest get to pick. We got some questions in here. Yeah, they'll pick it and then they'll answer. But then if you get to pick the empty sheet, you get the opportunity to ask me any question. Yeah, remember the show is 18 plus, so yeah. But then just today we are talking love and football. So I'm going to put the box right here. At the end of the whole thing, we'll try it out. And then we're going to be honest. If you are said fair play, as they say, I beg you. Okay. All right. Now, in a case where you've decided that you want to settle with a man or woman, so let's take it from relationship to marriage. There are times where they say the difference is you have to sort it out because you don't want to enter into the relationship and you're like, no, I don't want this. And I'm at a point I'm not willing to change for you. So, HH has spoken that, you know, he doesn't look at whether the woman loves football before he decides to settle with you or even date you. In such a situation where men fight, women fight their men, why is it that your friends come to our house, come and watch football and they make a whole lot of noise? You know how much I want my peace and calm. Should you go ahead and marry a football enthusiast knowing how crazy and the love they have for the game?
First of all, you need to know your interests. You need to know your interests. It's very, very important. If you can't compromise, then there's no love at the first place. So if you don't like football, let's say, okay, me, I don't like football, but he likes football. How many minutes? I said it.
Yeah,
How many
90 minutes.
It is that I can't just allow him and his friends to have that 90 minutes to have fun, and then at the end of the day, he comes back home. I see nothing wrong with it. So once again, it's all about the understanding part of it. You need to understand it that this is the kind of partner you are going in for. Because if you are going to date someone, I think by football months, you will know that this is a person you are going in for. He likes football. He likes football. So if you don't like football and he likes football, what do you have to do? Sometimes you either ignore or you join him.
If you can't beat them,
you join them. You see, so it all depends on your understanding, and then I don't see a big deal in this. I don't see a big deal at all in this. So you just have to understand your partner, and then you move on with him. Allow him to have his fun. At the end of the day, come back, because one day is going to be your turn. He might not have interest in what you also have. So what will he do? Should he leave the house because you are watching your whatever or your interest? No, he's going to be around. You see? So if you don't like the football, it's either you're going to sit somewhere, read book, or like he said early on, we get to 2 sets, one in the bedroom, one in the hall. So my friend and I, or his friend and himself, can watch their game, and I also concentrate on whatever I like. That's all.
HJ, do you want to add something to that?
I think basically she said it all. You know, it's about compromise. I mean. And generally, that's what relationships have got to be about. Marriage has got to be about. It's about compromise, you know, because you're two people coming from different backgrounds coming together. I mean, definitely there has got to be a compromise so that you are able to sustain the marriage or the relationship and have your peace of mind.
All right. One thing that fascinates me is how men especially are able to keep football history and record up in their head. 92, they know who played, the coach, the captain of that squad. It's like, I don't know where you draw that. So is it that when you are young, you start, or there's a past question that maybe women we have not yet gotten our hands on? Because it's really crazy. You hear someone giving commentary and then he knows what happened 50 years even before he was born. How is it done?
No, I mean, it's all about interest. I'm sure that for you women, I mean, there are things about Kim Kardashian and all of those ladies that you're able to draw, you know, from way back. I mean, so it's all about interest. Where your interest lies, you're able to pick on a lot of things relating to that. So it's normal where your interest lies.
All right. So for a woman who is not so much into football but met a guy who's crazy about the game and she wants to join the fun, as I said, with me, when I think I really like you that much, how about me switching to your team? In that case, how do they also, for someone who wants to also develop the love for the game, is there a past question where the whole history and stuff like that, or you have to just Google it one after the other? Because for you to be a pro and know the dates of your head, so you're like, oh no, I know this was our coach 4 years ago, this is our new coach, I can list the entire team. How do you do that to help somebody who wants to?
Once you develop the interest, all those things would come. I mean, you make the effort.
It will not come naturally.
Not necessarily, but you know, when you develop the interest, you start to read about it.
Read about it.
You start. I mean, these days where social media makes it easy for us to follow stuff relating to our teams, you know, you can like the various pages of the various football teams, Manchester United, Real Madrid, Arsenal, like the FIFA page, like the UEFA Champions League page and all of that, and all of those things will come.
So how did you learn? There are some people who are not so much into the history. With me, I don't know the history of the Black Stars, even my local team, Asante Kotoko, like I can tell you my budget and stuff like that. But then for a woman who just loves, do you also know the history, or it's just the supposed mad love for Barca and then that's it?
Oh, I know some, not all. Nobody can know all even. Because we came to meet the game, so you can't know. But like he said, you just have to like some of the pages, and they give you updates. So when a page gives you updates and you want to know more about it, then you search. Whatever you want to know, you search, and that's it. You get the history of them.
All right. But before we wrap it up, I just want to find out how you develop the love for your various teams, because it just didn't come naturally. I've told you the story about mine. So, I'm going to start with AJ. How did you grow the love for United?
It was to Eric Cantona some years back. You know, first time when I was growing up, first time I saw Eric Cantona scoring goals.
So Eric Cantona is a former
Manchester United player.
Okay, yes. For those who don't know, you cannot say that. Everybody knows who.
Oh, so you don't know Cantona? I'm sure she does.
Oh, yeah. You don't know Cantona?
No, I'm saying that we are saying it more like, you know, like, who is that?
Okay.
Yeah, so Eric Cantona is a former Manchester United player. He's French. You know, he joined Manchester United and, I mean, life changed for Manchester United, I'll say. Whenever Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson is making references to players that have changed the course of Manchester United and made the club what it probably is today, he mentions Eric Cantona is one of the names that he mentions. Yeah, and Eric Cantona is the reason I fell in love with Manchester United. But my love for United heightened, of course, after the Champions League in 1999.
Okay.
Yeah, the Champions League in 1999.
That was it all.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, that was when it heightened.
Okay.
Oh, right. Yeah. Why did you win a bet that night or something?
Oh, I mean, where was I going to win?
Very young.
Yeah, I was too little. But I loved Manchester United. And so the Champions League was just it for me, you know. I mean.
Nash, how did they all come about?
I I actually started with Hearts of Oak because my dad was a fan of Hearts of Oak. So I get to watch games with him, Champions League, some of the leagues, and then I go for the style of play. So when I watch Barca play, I was somehow supporting Arsenal.
Hey,
yeah,
you betrayed us. You can betray them one
somehow,
day.
Somehow. I haven't found my fate yet. So I was somehow supporting Arsenal. Then I watched Barca played one night and I was like, wow.
This is it.
This is it. And that's it. I just love the style of play. And then I think Arsenal got a bit of our style of play. So yeah, we have almost the same style of play. So I got attracted more to Barcelona, and to date, it has been it.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. But I forgot to bring this one up. I know a lady who complains that her man is so much into betting. Every time he wants to bet, I don't know how to say it. You understand? You love the game, but the betting bit, I know money is involved. Have you met men who are so crazy about, or maybe how?
Not in my
maybe
circles.
they overdo. Some people overdo it.
Not in my circles. I don't have friends who do football betting. I mean, maybe they do, and I don't know, but I don't have friends who do football betting. I don't know any friends of mine close to me that are involved in football betting. But yeah, I know it's a craze. You know, it's a craze. I mean, you have a lot of young people getting involved because it's money. Anyway, you know, and a lot of young people these days will do just anything for money. You know,
until you use your school fees and your team disappoints you on the final match. All right, great. But it's been an interesting conversation with you here for our opener for this new year. So let's move straight to the mystery box. We promise. The rule is that you promise to be honest. Whatever you pick, you're gonna answer. So who do I? They say ladies first, but let's start with you.
Let's start with
Okay.
Okay. Great. What do we have here? Ta-da! Okay. So the question is, what would you go for? A ben dada or debi ebe when you're considering settling? Okay, or bound say a theater bank, like DB or you prefer like a girl that you're gonna grow with her.
You know, I come from a background where religiously, culturally, it's the man who is dominant.
Okay.
Okay. And so, you know, there's always that perception that a woman who has got money,
it's kind of
take the if you get what I mean, you know, would I mean, you wouldn't have her submit, as you ladies don't want to hear these days.
Oh, the submission is to your husband. The submission is okay when it's to your partner, like.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So I mean, I come from a background where the man is the dominant figure, and so not to say that I wouldn't want a woman who's well established and all of that, but I mean, I don't mind working all the way with, you know, to make success with someone who's coming from nowhere.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Great. Ha ha. What do we have here? Oh, yeah, nobody picked that empty sheet, so. Okay. So this one is for you.
Okay.
Freak in the sheets, or freak in bed, or crucify me. There are some people who say they want to freak. Others still they say they want someone who not just do the missionary and stuff like that. To you, what do you prefer?
Oh, say
yes, you promised to follow the rules.
Word. Question.
Yes. What do you want? A freak in bed or crucify me? You want a freak?
What do you like that? What do you like that?
It's as simple as that. We're not going to ask any further details.
If he's not a freak, you teach him.
We'll learn together.
I like that. I like that. Thank you very much for playing the game with me. As I said earlier, the show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis. Be a part of our midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with our special jollof and fried rice from all Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So Nash and HH, nice doing this with you here. I must say I enjoyed the conversation, and all those who have problems with their partners who are so into football, at least we've suggested ways that they can handle it. And as you stated, you don't have to totally give up what you love just to keep a relationship. So for you, our viewers, as we always do it, we seek to entertain you whilst also educating you on how to spice your relationship and marriage. Alright, so Cheesy Pizza got something for you. Get yourself a coupon where you can enjoy a pizza from India. So you could pass one to Nash for me.
Okay.
Yeah, so you could visit any of their branches and get yourself a pizza.
Okay.
Alright. Also, soon we've come to the end of this episode of Moons and Cuddles. I did this with HH, he's a football enthusiast and former TV presenter, yes. And Nash is an administrator and also a woman who loves football. Yeah, and I was your host, Paula Amabroni. We'll be back in the next series with something bigger and better. See you soon.